There we go. Hello, everyone. How you doing? This is gonna be kind of casual stream. Normally today would be Chud Watch. I was very, very nauseous earlier for some reason. I don't know what it was. It happened after lunch. So maybe it was in something I ate. So I'm just eating oyster crackers. And we're gonna watch some Sovereign Citizens. So hope you're all doing well. This is the latest I think I've ever started a stream.
That's right.
Sorry, I'll stop eating these in a sec. I'm sure that's very gross. Thank you, 74Quinn74, for subscribing. Hope you're doing well. So, anyway, let's go ahead and get into some Sovereign Citizen stuff. Thank you, Dean Beaumont, for following. Oh boy. Okay. So we have this guy. This is the guy that did the breakdown of the cop sovereign citizen training video. And he claims he's not a sovereign citizen, even though he clearly is. And in this video, Join the Progress says, judges owned why sovereign citizens actually never lose in court. Which is hilarious, because sovereign citizens lose in court constantly. Degenerate Feminist with 1,000 bits. Thank you. I don't often get to watch live, but I had a bit of a rough day, so I'm glad you're a little later, so I can watch. Good, I'm glad. I'm glad you get to hang out. Thief of Hearts with a bit. Hope you feel better. Wanted to let you know Jeremy took a swing at Angry Joe on YouTube today. It was full of spice. Sure it was.
There's nothing funny about the tools of
I'm here for now, loves. Won't be around long. Have a killer sinus headache from the cold. Oh, that sucks. From your cold, rather. Hope you feel better. That's a bummer. Turn this music off. And then we can begin. Yeah, I literally just took like a 2-hour nap around 4 or something. I feel a lot better now. Whatever it was. Must have worked its way through my system. I don't know.
So something that is never addressed in all the sovereign citizen stuff, and especially all the videos that relate to judge sovereign citizen fails, as if sovereign citizens are losing in court all the time because they allegedly don't know what they're doing.
Yes, because that's what happens. That's what happens. We watch sovereign citizen court fails all the time on this channel. It's something that happens consistently. Sovereign citizens don't know anything about the law, and I'm not going to pretend I do either in like some like intensive way. I'm not a lawyer. That's why if I were in some legal trouble, you know what I would do? I would hire a lawyer, for the same reason that if I had a heart attack, I wouldn't try and fix it myself. I'd go to a doctor, right? The law is big and complex in any country, much less the United States or Canada, right? So you're gonna need a lawyer, because if you're just some rando off the street, no matter how many YouTube videos you watch, you're not gonna become a lawyer, okay?
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Altered Rin with 10 bits. Any chances that maybe do some later streams more regularly? I have classes now, so I can't catch a lot of your streams. No worries if you can't, though. Maybe. I'm not sure. And I'll think about it, but I don't like button up against Jake's streams, and I don't know what day he streams for sure. Daddy Sume, you did hire a lawyer, and you won. We settled in a way that was mutually beneficial, I would say, to both parties, although I definitely don't think the Cristiano brothers were happy about it. And they, you know, Jake doesn't know what days Jake streams, true.
Let me preface that by saying I am not a sovereign citizen, but
He says this, and it's so weird to me. Like, no, you're a sovereign citizen. You are constantly, like, half your videos on your channel are going to bat for sovereign citizens and explaining why sovereign citizens are actually right. You're a sovereign citizen. Like, even if you don't call yourself that because you're rightfully embarrassed to be given that label, it doesn't mean you're not one. You are a sovereign citizen because you are defending sovereign citizens and claiming that they are right. You're a sovereign citizen. It would be like if I said, like, I'm not a leftist, guys. I just think this capitalism thing isn't working out and we should probably work in places where we have communal ownership of the businesses by employees. Down with the capitalists. Not a leftist, though. Like, if I'm describing positions that are defining features of a thing, I am that thing. You call that the Tim Pool? That's a good name for it.
I used to associate with a lot of them, study with a lot of them. I'm just an ordinary...
Study. They'd get together and watch YouTube videos put out by hucksters.
Everyday guy.
Which I think is usually how law school works too, right? You just sit in a class and you watch YouTube videos made on someone's webcam where they talk about Black's Law Dictionary for 5 minutes, and then they're like, you have a law degree. Congrats.
Who received traffic tickets.
Oh, did I miss Daddy Sume's bits? Sorry. Oof. Ugh. There's the nausea. Daddy Sume, tell us about Pirate Guy. I was curious about him. What about Pirate Guy? Pirate Guy. What was Pirate Guy? Why am I blanking on Pirate Guy? That seems like something I should remember. Pirate Guy. Oh, Pirate Guy from the lawsuit. We did a lawsuit, Jake and I, years ago, because we were getting, like, falsely DMCA striked by the Cristiano brothers, who own a Christian film company called Cristiano Films. They're bad. Like, even, how do I put this? God's Not Dead is entertaining, but at least it looks like a movie most of the time, 80% of the time. The Cristianos make movies that ride off the coattails of things like God's Not Dead. You'll find them in your local $5 DVD bin, okay? If you're lucky. I don't even think that they, you know, end up in the public unless you actually go on their website. Anyway, we were doing reviews of their movies, and they were striking our channel consistently. To the point that, like, literally, we just put up a video talking about them striking and removing a video, and they struck the video of us talking about it. A video in which we used no clips of any of their movies. So that wasn't even, like, a fair use thing, which our other videos were, but it was like a situation where they were just striking videos where we talked about them, which is very illegal. It turned out that the person who was doing this was, like, a person who volunteers for the Cristiano brothers. I don't think they pay him. He's from some other country, which made the legal stuff complicated. Because, you know, serving someone in a foreign country, difficult. And he dressed like a pirate and liked to pretend to be a pirate. Which there's nothing wrong with, like, being a LARPer and wanting to pretend to be a pirate, but just in conjunction with the rest of this dude's personality. It was kind of hilarious. And, like, I had long email conversations with this guy because he was consistently lying, and it was so ridiculous. For one thing, he also sold his Facebook page, which we found, was selling, like, it was, like, bottom-tier Wish-level electronics before Wish was a thing. Like, obviously, Chinese knockoff products, but this dude was shilling them. It was very, very strange. Anyway, so we got in email conversations, and I had to explain fair use to this individual. They consistently were, like, brushing me off. And then it finally got to the point where I convinced them to, like, drop the strikes or whatever. And they're like, okay, it'll be done in 2 weeks. And I was like, what? You can do it now. And they're like, no, it takes 2 weeks. It takes 2 weeks for this strike to automatically get removed. I don't know how to remove it, even though it's their job to know how to do this stuff. So I literally had to send them videos showing how to manually remove strikes. It's ridiculous. A lawsuit ensued. It was a mess. It was a huge mess. But you know what we did? For one thing, legally we have to do this because we're an LLC, right? And if you're operating as a company, you can't, like, you can't operate pro se in a court for a company. And even if we could, we wouldn't because we're not idiots. You get a lawyer. Get a lawyer. Windshanter with 50 bits. I'm doing the Sonichu deep dive. I had no idea this existed. I could have lived my whole life never knowing you put it before me yesterday and I could exist. I blame you, Hannah. It's a rabbit hole, that's for sure.
Or two in my time and discovered the hard way that due process doesn't exist in courts. So I started to fight back, and what I'm going to explain...
Yeah, companies can't pro se. That's something that came up in the
There's nothing funny about
digital homicide v. James Stanton lawsuit, aka Jim Sterling. Digital Homicide, a game company that was being litigious and suing someone for using footage of their game in a negative review. More like a let's play. And the judge was like, you can't file pro se for a company. James won that lawsuit. He has a good video on it. He was sued for $10 million. It's hilarious. I mean, it wasn't hilarious at the time, but...
Explain to you is exactly why due process doesn't work. And this is the one point that all of the pro-cop people, pro-judge people cannot say anything against. They are major fail here. They will...
What's this guy's name again? Join the Progress. I'm not sure this guy's real name. Doesn't matter. Join the Progress. I do these videos all the time. I often criticize cops. I criticize judges less because from what I've seen in the videos, they tend to be more educated individuals and they're better at navigating the system in a reasonable way. But I'm sure there have been times where I've criticized a judge for some reason or another, and there are times that I've seen stories about judges mishandling things, and yeah, anyone can be up for criticism, but in these Sovereign Citizen videos, no, it's not generally the judges who are at fault. Even in many of the videos, it's not even the cops who are at fault, legally speaking. I think that the cops misbehave a lot in the United States, and it's definitely something to talk about, and it is something we do talk about. But, like, a cop being an a-hole doesn't make a Sovereign Citizen right. It doesn't. It doesn't. There can be two people who are wrong for different reasons in a situation, and often that is how things work. Most situations don't have a clear good guy and a clear bad guy. Most situations are complicated, because unfortunately, human beings are complicated.
We'll lose this argument every single...
What horse crap are we suffering through today? Sovereign Citizen stuff.
...time because it's an easily demonstrable fact. The reason why sovereign citizens never actually lose in court is because
they do often. They do often. We've seen it on the channel.
Of what's called judicial immunity. I'm kind of shocked that I've never seen any other videos address this ever. What this means is that when you go into a court, a judge...
Did you miss me covering the new TOS? What new TOS? Does Twitch have new terms of service that I need to be aware of? Can someone give me bullet points so I don't mess up in this stream?
Judge can render absolutely any decision he chooses. Absolutely any.
No. No. If judges, like, go outside of their discretion within the law, then their decisions can be reversed. And they can be in trouble for doing that, or disbarred, depending upon how egregious their decision is. No political stuff? What does that mean? In the TOS? Oh god. Well, I'll go over that after this, just so I'm aware. Let's see what this says. This is on Wikipedia under judicial immunity. Judicial immunity does not protect judges from suits stemming from administrative decisions made while off the bench, like hiring and firing decisions, but immunity generally does extend to all judicial decisions in which the judge has the proper jurisdiction, even if a decision is made with corrupt or malicious intent. Yikes, that is bad. Judge Troisi became so irritated with a rude defendant, he stepped down from the bench, took off his robe, and bit the defendant on the nose. He pleaded no contest to the state charges, but was acquitted of federal charges of violating the defendant's civil rights. He spent 5 days in jail and was put on probation. I mean, he was charged, though, with state charges. I agree that that's, like, egregious and he should get more, but, like, he was charged.
There's nothing funny about
Historically,
the tools of
judicial immunity
capitalism.
was associated with English common law idea that the king can do no wrong. Judges, the king's delegates for dispensing justice, accordingly, ought not to be drawn into question for any supposed corruption, for this tends to the slander or the justice of the king. Yikes. I'm gonna imagine this depends upon where you're talking about in the country. Excuse me. Imagine if Christine was told about all this sovereign citizen stuff back when she had trouble with the law. Oh no. Christine Chandler, sovereign citizen. I'm waiting for that arc. That saga is gonna be lit. Let me see what this is. Twitch clarifies its ban on terrorism and extremist content. Twitch has updated its community guidelines, the rules that govern the site, to clarify its ban of terrorist and extremist content. The move appears to be in order to strengthen its language around this sort of material. Here's what it added. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actions or acts. This includes threatening to or encouraging others to commit acts that would result in serious physical harm to groups of people or significant property destruction. You may not display or link terrorists or extremist propaganda, including graphic pictures or footage of terrorist extremist videos, even for the purposes of denouncing such content. I don't find that to be that. I already assumed that was the case. Like, I can't show you an ISIS video and be like, and even if I'm like commenting and being like, haha, idiots, like I can't show you an ISIS video. Or, like, KKK members probably talking about, like, you know, not great, but I get it. I get it.
With zero consequence, zero liability.
They did a further clarification. It's politic. Oh, God. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I mean, that's literally all it says. Does someone have a link to a thing that talks about saying that it's about politics in general?
Zero responsibility. He does not have to worry about what his decisions are. They are entirely discretionary. There's even great case law on this. I've been in courtrooms, just to give you, I know this is anecdotal. You haven't experienced this. Everyone has to get out there and experience this firsthand for them to really see what this is about. I've been in courtrooms as witnesses for other folks where I have watched the judge say point blank to the person in the courtroom who was trying to exercise due process rights, I don't like you, I hate you. You would think that
the judge is allowed to hate you. The judge is allowed to hate you. The judge is allowed to hate you, especially if you're making a mockery of the courtroom and the judicial process by bringing up ridiculous sovereign citizen nonsense. There's nothing that says the judge has to be like a Buddhist monk that's like, Yes, going into the courtroom, judges should be impartial, but if you make a mockery of the system and consistently show that you have nothing but contempt for it, that's gonna have consequences for you, especially if you're not adhering to, and I don't just mean like being a jerk. I'm talking about like what we've seen before on this channel, where you're refusing to like sit at the defendant's table. You're refusing to sign documents that you need to sign, like, oh, you need to come back for this date, for your court date, sign this document, and you refuse to do so. Like, things like that. Like, if you make a mockery of the justice system, the justice system will make a mockery of you.
Capitalism.
Tucker White, 94. Pro tip, if you're trying to make a serious point in a video, don't play circus music in the background. True.
That would cause an immediate recusal from the case on the part of the judge, since of course he's biased against this person who's trying to exercise their due process rights. But it does.
Like, I understand the Twitch TOS, if it's clarifying and saying, like, hey, you can't show, for instance, like, people rioting and, or even someone like, and this is going to be sad, because this is a video that in the past I have enjoyed, but I understand, probably won't be showing it on here for safety reasons, like Richard Spencer getting popped in the mouth, right? I can't show that and be like, haha, and all that stuff, you know? Which, fine. That's okay. Honestly, all the in Minecraft stuff was pretty blatant anyway, so that's okay. I'm fine with that. Can't find anything else, Hannah, but just for safety, no more in Minecraft. Yeah. Agree.
Not. They simply say, no, I'm not going to recuse
That was kind of a dead meme anyway.
myself. I'm going to continue to hear the case. And I've even heard them say, and I'm going to find you guilty. It's hilarious. It really is.
The judge can say, I hate you and you're guilty without one informing the other, right? Like, I get it. I do think judges should be less overtly emotional in their rulings, but like, they can say they hate you and find you guilty as long as their legal reasoning is sound. That's not illegal, and I don't even think there's something wrong with that. If you're a jackass in court, you're gonna face the consequences of that. You're an adult. Act like it. MMO Addicted with 10 bits. Memes are the only immortal constant. They don't die, merely sleep, for you cannot kill that which is already dead. Antipodian Squid with 10 bits. I guess we need to kill the in Minecraft meme, but not in Minecraft.
Judges have judicial immunity, folks. You have...
So is this guy's argument, because remember, the title of this video is Judges Owned, Why Sovereign Citizens Never Actually Lose in Court. I think actually is the highlighted word here. So he's saying, they don't really lose. The judges are just big meanies that don't like us, and that's why sovereign citizens continually get held in contempt of court and their motions get denied. Because judges are big meanie pantses. It's not because we're wrong. The lack of self-awareness is astounding.
no due process rights because they can render any decision they want. They're not beating the sovereign citizens in court. By the way, they're not even supposed to be in a position of beating them ever. They're supposed to be an impartial third party, but we all know that isn't the case.
Yeah, but they're a party who understands the law. And if you go into their courtroom trying to misuse the law, then they're going to correct you.
Case when it comes to the sovereign types or anyone who attempts to assert due process rights, it does not happen. They instead assert themselves as their own self-appointed gods in their courtroom. And
judges aren't self-appointed. Some places they're elected. Some places they're appointed. But they're not self-appointed.
Say, no, I'm going to decide whatever I please. You are guilty.
No. What he's talking about with the due process thing, they're, I gotta stop chewing these while I'm trying to talk. I'm like a child. I'm like a 2-year-old in a high chair. Sovereign citizens will sometimes believe that your due process rights mean that you should get a jury trial in absolutely every case. It is not the case. Traffic court, no jury trial. Criminal cases, depends on the potential length of your prison time. I think if it's under 6 months or under a certain dollar amount in fines, that could be the potential penalty. You don't get a jury trial. And that's fine. That's always been the case. That's not some new thing. That's been a thing since the Founding Fathers were still actively operating as lawyers. So, to act like they didn't intend that in the Constitution, when many of them, including people like Alexander Hamilton, they were literally operating in courtrooms as, like, lawyers, and they wrote the Constitution knowing that in the system, you can't have, like, jury trials for, like, the public drunk or someone urinating in public. It's just gonna clog up the system and take too much time. So for very, very small matters like that, or what would come to be known as traffic tickets, you just get, you know, a judge making decisions quickly. And that's fine. Sovereign citizens don't seem to get this, though. This has been, like, through the Supreme Court. Very tall Hobbit. Somebody holding me accountable for my actions. They must think they're God. Tucker White 94 with 10 bits. Here's what the TOS says about political activity. Word for word. Click the link and go to section 8.f. Okay. Section 8.f. Subject to these terms and services and the community guidelines, you may share political opinions, participate in political activity, provide links to a political committee's outside or official website, including the contribution page of the political committee, and solicit viewers to make contributions directly to a political committee. You agree, however, that these activities are entirely your own. Moreover, by engaging in these activities, you represent and warrant that you are eligible to engage in them under applicable law, and that you will abide by all relevant laws and regulations while doing so. You agree to not solicit the use of any Twitch monetization tool, e.g. bits or subscriptions, for the purpose of making or delivering a contribution to a candidate, a candidate's committee, political action committee, ballot committee, any of the campaigns committee, or others for the purpose of influencing any election. Candidates for political office are not eligible to use any Twitch monetization tools on their channels. That's interesting. That last point's a little weird. Anyway, yeah. That's nothing says I can't do politics.
Now, does the person possibly have remedy at the appeal level? Yeah, they perhaps do. You never hear about those wins, but again...
Because they don't exist. If sovereign citizens had court wins, whether at the initial level or in appeals, they would be screaming it from the rooftops every day. They would be traveling to the town square in their automobiles, and they would be saying, "Sovereign citizens won in court!" But it doesn't happen. Sovereign citizens will quote you a state Supreme Court case from the 1930s to try and explain why they don't have a driver's license. You think they're not going to quote a modern case of a sovereign citizen winning? If that existed? Come on.
At the appeal level, you're taking it again in front of a judge. Does that judge have discretion? Of course they do. Folks, the country is such a joke right now.
Judges do not have the discretion to, like, completely break the law. Like, if you're... How do I put this? That's a good example. Like, if you come in to the courtroom and you don't get a chance to defend yourself in any way, whether pro se or with a lawyer, yeah, you probably have a case that the judge was, like, not giving you due process because you didn't get to, like, defend yourself in court. But that's not what's happening. You just think that for a traffic ticket that you should get a jury trial, and that's not how it's worked, ever. It's not how it worked back in 1789, before there were even traffic tickets for minor offenses. It's not how it worked now. It's not how it worked in the UK judicial system, concurrent and prior to American colonization as well. So this idea that, like, small little things like this require jury trials is completely unfounded.
It's off the charts, and the ignorance on the part of cops especially, who don't understand this point, is so bad that it needs to be spoken about and spread around as much as possible. So look into the Commission of Judicial Conduct. This is an organization that polices judge, very much like how polices have their own internal investigations that are policed by whom? Other police officers, of course.
I would trust other judges to police other judges over cops. Like, there are bad judges. Don't get me wrong. They exist. We've heard about them. We've heard about, like, the guy who's like, why didn't you just close your legs? And all sorts of other disgusting stuff. They exist. But I feel like as a group, judges are more intelligent than cops. I think that's just de facto based on the level of schooling necessary to do each job. I don't trust singular judges. The singular judges are just, you know, a person. And a person can be bad. But, like, a large group of people who are judges getting together and making decisions collectively, I have more trust. That doesn't mean it's not possible to have corruption. Look at what we're worried about on the Supreme Court with getting, like, right-wing hacks. It certainly exists, but not as big of a not as big of an issue as, like, police corruption at the moment.
Of course, is there a bias there? Well, no, of course not. There can't be a bias there if police are policing other police officers, could there? So the Commission on Judicial Conduct, you have to look up the stats. You have to look at how do they discipline the judges who do something wrong. Do you ever...
Determinations by the Commission on Judicial Conduct 1978 to present. Let me move this so we can see this. Town and village justices, removal from office 127, public censure 2020, or 220 rather, public admonition 174, resignation, retirement 56, totals 577. Other judges have, you know, their numbers and all that stuff too. Whereas prosecuted, it would depend on what they did, right? Like, the judge doing something that's worthy of being removed from the bench doesn't necessarily make it illegal. It would depend on what they did. Winchanter with 10 bits. To quote one of my former state reps when questioned about the R word, when it is the R word, the female body has a way of shutting that all the way down, referring to getting pregnant from the R word. Yeah, that's what I was referencing, that and the other guy who was like, why didn't you cross your legs? Like, there are a lot of ignorant judges about stuff like that, but he did, one of them did get their, got removed from the bench. I don't remember which one, though.
First of all, it is mostly made up of other judges, once again, so judges are judging other judges. Could there be a conflict of interest or a bias? No.
Not necessarily. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible for one to exist, but who do you want to be on a commission to judge if a judge operated within the law, right? A layman isn't going to understand the law well enough to make that determination, right? So maybe if you had lawyers, but I don't think that would make you happy because there's still people who are, like, educated in the law. So what do you want to do? The only people who have the experience and the knowledge base necessary to understand what would even constitute judicial misconduct would be other judges or high-level lawyers. And I don't think you're going to find that either, by your own standard, is going to be unbiased. So what do you want to do?
Of course not. So look up the stats and see what percentage of disciplinary action is ever taken against other judges. It is minuscule. I believe it falls under 1%. Do you ever hear about judges?
Yeah, that's probably because judges have a lot fewer misconduct actions than the police. Thank you, Jerry B. Benson, for following.
Being prosecuted, folks? Of course not, unless they're having sex with children, unless there's a public outcry against the judge for grossly inappropriate behavior of some kind. Judges are never held responsible for their actions, neither criminally nor civilly, ever. Why? Because they have judicial immunity. If they have judicial immunity, do they actually really need to understand anything about the law?
Yes. Was that a rhetorical question?
Ever? Think about it, folks. Everyone thinks, well, the judges know what they're doing. They're making the right decision. That's why sovereigns lose all the time, because they don't know anything about the law.
That is true. That can both be true, and there could be misconduct issues. I don't know enough about the judiciary to talk about, like, actual levels of corruption. I'm sure it exists. But that doesn't stop the fact that when sovereign citizens spout off their nonsense, pseudo-legal BS in court, they're gonna lose because they're wrong.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Daddy Sume, not always. The ones who are elected often don't have to be lawyers. That's true. Electing judges is a weird thing. Not a fan. How high a level of a lawyer are we talking about here? Like 18? What's the level cap? I meant like, I know, it's funny. I meant like, you know, someone who's like a lifetime lawyer that's been, you know, practicing law for decades and knows how the courtroom works.
The sovereigns. If the judge has immunity and full discretion and is never ever held liable in any way whatsoever for his decisions, then what difference does it make how little he knows about the law?
You literally just cited times where judges were censured or removed from the bench, though. So it does happen.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Tucker White 94. Nobody tell him about Judge Roy Moore, a guy who was removed from the bench 3 different times by the governor of Alabama for gross constitutional violations, right? This does happen. Judges do get removed.
Law. Come on, folks. Think. Judges can have massive levels of ignorance about the law and still render any decision they...
Relative to whom? Human beings are fallible. I'm sure there are times that judges have been wrong just by mistake before, although they spend a lot of time, like, looking at legal documentation and, like, old court cases to render judgments, depending on what it is. If it's like a traffic ticket, I imagine they already know the law pretty well because they handle it all the time. But, like, for a court case where you're dealing with a bench trial, they spend a lot of time researching the law that's relevant to the case that they are on. But people do make mistakes. But a judge's mistakes are infinitesimally rare relative to a sovereign citizen's mistakes. Because the entire ideology of sovereign citizens is wrong. It's just one big mistake.
they choose and never be held responsible for it. I'm going to include a fun article here on some of the New York courts. The level of ignorance on the judicial bench is enormous, and yet
that's hilarious coming from a sovereign citizen, legit.
There's a select number of cops and judges out there posting videos claiming sovereign citizens are getting, quote, owned in court, or the sovereign citizen fail. How can they possibly be failing if the judge can never ever render an inaccurate decision because he can never be held liable for his...
Checkmate, libs. How can I fail if the judge is the judge?
his ignorance, for his ignorance.
Woohoo Lulu, did I miss much? Just had a fire drill in my dorm that went off an hour early. Poor kitty was freaked out. We've been going for about 46 minutes.
Wash, rinse, repeat. If you look up the stats in the Commission of Judicial Conduct to see what actually does happen to those who are, quote, disciplined, it's just a light, soft slap on the wrist. They offer them various options, like...
A bunch of them are removed from office. Like, I get it. Public censure and public admonition isn't necessarily great, but there's also resignation, retirement. You add these together, the 127 and the 56, it's one of the higher, numbers on here. Judges get removed from office, and that's a big deal for them. Now, I don't even disagree. If a judge legit, somehow breaks the law in their ruling, or in the case that you gave where there's a judge and he bites a guy on the nose, that's assault. I agree that judge should be charged, but he was charged. He was charged when that happened. So I really don't know what you're going for here. Judges can do misconduct, I agree, and then a lot of them get removed or forced to retire early. Can you imagine spending your entire life wanting to be a lawyer and then a judge and spending the time to go to law school, the years and hundreds of thousands of dollars that takes, and then finally getting to be a judge someday, and then you mess up so bad that they remove you from the bench? That's awful. They're done. They're done. Anyway.
Okay, you've been...
Daddy Sume, hey, all, my birthday is on the 15th, and my wish list on Steam is public for all to see, just pointing that out, ooh. I gotta remember that. I'll try and remember your birthday, Daddy Sume. The Under 92, Hannah, it's not fair. I just got home and I'm in the middle of a D&D podcast where they're at a huge battle. I don't know what to do. I don't know. What do you want to listen to? A fantasy epic? Or watch silly people on the internet? They're pretty different, so...
been bad, don't do that anymore. And they say, okay. And life goes on, and that's about the extent of it.
Not really. If you get a public censure, and then you mess up again, your chances of getting removed from the bench go up a lot. That's the point. It's like a strike on your record. Everyone makes mistakes. I do think it's possible for a judge to make a mistake without malice, or maybe even in ignorance, but if that ignorance breaches malice, then that's an entirely other, like, conversation to have. Either way, it's possible for a judge to make a mistake and to have them censured for it, and to just say, hey, you need to not do this again, okay? You're not upholding the office. And then hopefully that judge won't make such an egregious, misstep in the future. If they do, they'll probably be removed. Or the chances of them getting removed again will just keep going higher until it does happen if they don't stop. Like...
So I'm getting a real kick out of watching, like, Mike the Cop's videos. His level of constitutional ignorance is going to be a lot of fun for me to do videos on. And I'm going to do another one very soon relating directly to him, how he claims to be a supporter of the Constitution and yet violates it in a way that cannot be denied. Just like you cannot deny that judges are judging themselves and that they have full immunity. Therefore, sovereign citizens are not losing in court. Now, by the way...
The A to B to C here doesn't work. The A to B to C doesn't work.
When the sovereign citizens or the regular everyday folks who are attempting to exercise their...
Like, imagine if I made a video and I'm like, hey, maybe I got found guilty on 7 charges of murder, but the judge can be judged by other judges. So really, am I a convicted murderer? Yes, you are. It's a bad argument. It's a terrible argument.
Due process rights are denied that in court and they take it to an appeal. How much does this cost the taxpayer? How much are these judges benefiting from by taking all these people through the system? Hey, it's not the people's fault.
You know the judges don't get paid per case, right? Like, that's not how the judicial system works. Unless you're that one dude who got caught taking kickbacks from that juvenile detention center. And that dude, I'm pretty sure, got charged for doing that. What exactly is the thesis of this dude's argument? He thinks that because judges have certain discretion and that they have judicial immunity from being charged for their decisions in court, that somehow that means that sovereign citizens aren't actually losing in court. Yeah, I know that doesn't make sense. It's a really bad argument. It's not even a stretch. It's just a complete non sequitur.
This system was invented by the system itself, by the legislators, etc., etc.
The legislation, what? No, okay, first of all, the legislature is separate from the judicial branch. You know that, right? They're different branches of the government. You just said it's a system that created itself. No, the judicial did not create itself. It was created under the Constitution, which is legislative in nature. Okay? Weird.
So it's certainly not the fault of the people who are trying to exercise their due process rights. It's the fault of the cops and judges who have immunities within their office and are not held responsible or liable, neither criminally nor civilly, for anything they do. Folks, it's so simple.
A situation in which a judge can make a bad ruling and then be charged with a crime for it seems like a pretty slippery slope to getting a bunch of hack judges that only do what the cops want. Does that make sense? I feel like you'd wind up in the long term in a situation where someone like a cop or something doesn't agree with a ruling a judge makes and then arrests them. And that's going to end up in a much worse system than we already have. Tucker White 94. So basically his argument is a giant unfalsifiable hypothesis. Yes. Logarth, this guy is using the same music as Pony.movie or Pony.mov is making me take him so much more seriously. What's Pony.mov? Is this an internet thing that I don't know about?
And it's common sense and it's undeniable. Have fun. Thanks for watching.
Ratings are disabled. Sorry, you don't get to just thumbs down my video because you don't like it. If the truth hurts and you want to whine, you can comment instead. And of course, you're welcome to try and prove me wrong. Hint, judges do have immunity. Again, judges having immunity has nothing to do with sovereign citizens actively being wrong in court and losing. You've made a terrible argument, and now you're turning off, like, ratings because you can't handle people being like, you're an idiot. It's an MLP animation? Is it an NSFW My Little Pony animation? Tell me the truth, chat. This person says they lose because they haven't got a clue about the law. True. Logarth with 10 bits from TV Tropes. Pony.mov is a 6-part Flash miniseries created by Max Giliardi. It's basically My Little Pony Friendship is Magic if it was created by John Crickfolsey and involves a metric ton of mind screw. The basic premise is the same as the show. Ponies doing stuff, except with a much darker, more grotesque twist and swag. Okay.
There's nothing funny about the tools of
This guy's pretty
capitalism.
hilarious. I enjoy doing his content. We'll probably do it again in the future. Very Tall Hobbit, LMAO, the authority of the dislikes button is illegitimate, therefore you don't actually dislike my video.
So...
That's good. That's good. Maybe we'll come back to this later or another day. Either way, we'll check out Join the Progress again in the future. Some Freemen and Court videos, maybe? I'm not sure how well this is gonna go. This looks like pretty bad quality.
Can I ask again for and on the record, I weighed all your She abandoned the court?
She asked
Abandoned
them
ship.
to be identified and they didn't come forward, so a warrant's been put out for them. Because I asked them to come forward.
Dominic is here.
Being established, she needs to come back and swear on her oath.
Can we have...
Can we have a constable, please?
I don't know exactly what's happening, but the sovereign citizen, Freemen of the land, in other countries they're often called Freemen of the land, is refusing to do something in court. Probably refusing to come into the well. Or not the well, sorry. The well is, I think, between the defendant and prosecution tables and the judge's bench. Refusing probably to come up to the defendant's table. Because some reason Freemen and sovereign citizens believe that if you don't actually enter that part of the court, beyond the little whoop, 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 whoop thing, not all courts have that, but you know what I mean. The imaginary line basically between the audience and the actual, like, court where you have the defendant and prosecution tables and the judge. They think if you don't enter into that area of the court, then the judge has no authority over you. It's legit as juvenile as, like, being, like, in a game of tag, and they get you, and you're like, nuh-uh, I had immunity. The slide is immunity. I'm near the slide. It's, like, really, really stupid. Have I seen the Gematria videos on YouTube? Never heard of them.
I think a policeman has to be called.
Yeah, policeman needs to be called now.
A proper policeman standing on his horse. Not a corporate officer. The thing is that the court has not established a lawful jurisdiction. The magistrate has not sworn on their oath and has come into the court and left. This isn't a court until there is an oath. Yeah, there is no jurisdiction. She said run out of the court. court and she knows that she's got to do it.
I haven't heard of it yet.
Four on the record. There's no law. Tell the people in the room to identify themselves.
There's nothing funny about the tools.
Yeah, over there, not the woman.
It's the floor is lava of legal derp. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Where's the penal sum? Yeah. No, we.
That was nuts. There's another one. This one has subtitles, so that's good. On the 11th of October 2009, a man was arrested for sitting on the grass in a public park. He had committed no crime and had not behaved in an unlawful or dishonorable manner. 4 days later, he appeared in court to face 3 charges and a fine of $300. I don't know if that's the actual context. Like, it's possible that you weren't supposed to sit there. I don't know. The ticket's probably ridiculous. Could not be, though. I don't trust sovereign citizens. I don't trust their recounting of events because they... I don't know if lie is the right word, because they might believe what they're saying is true, but they have a propensity for distorting reality. So, I don't know. Ooh. That's really tinny. Do you think you're Kevin? Allegedly, but the court may call me Kevin today. At this point, he has avoided contracting by not agreeing that he is the name saying allegedly in the court. I gotta go back so I can read that. Saying allegedly in the court may call me Kevin and avoids this as he gives them permission to call him that. No. Sovereign citizens and freemen of the land believe that there are 2 separate entities. There is you, the living, breathing individual, and then they believe that there is the person that is your legal, like, fiction. They think that in order for the court to have power over you, and I don't know why they think this. I don't think there's any, like, jurisprudence in the Western world that, like, gives any credence to this belief, but they believe that in order for the government to have authority over you in the court system, they can't control you, an individual, a real flesh and blood person. What they can do, for some reason, is create a legal fiction person that is basically you in every way, shape, and form, except it is a legal fiction. It is what they will call sometimes a corporate entity or a corporate person, and it's like your name, but in all caps. Some sovereign citizens will say it's like your birth certificate. Some people will say it's like your social security card. It's just like, it's made up. None of this is true. The courts have authority over you, the flesh and blood person. If that upsets you, I am sorry, but we live in a society. I learned that from the Joker, and it is true, okay? You don't get to, like, be like, ooh, why does the court have authority over me? That's fine to think about if you find that interesting to think about, like, boy, what gives the judicial branch authority over the citizenry? That's a perfectly valid question to ask as long as you're asking it honestly. But if you're asking it in such a way as to try and get out of following the law, you're just a jerk. Notice how they continue to refer to the name and Mr. This is because they are referring to the straw man and must get him to say that he is the straw man and therefore liable, culpable. No. No, it's not. They're calling him Mr. whatever his name is because that's his name, and that's how human beings refer to each other in the English language. Mr. or Mrs. or Miss, your name. Delusional. You need to say my true name, Rumpelstiltskin, and to be sentenced for a crime. The Freeman says, I'm a man of God, standing in the kingdom of God, and I request to address this court. The judge decides to put the case back and call it later. You know, I think that judge was like, oh God, one of these people, gotta deal with this later. Second call, Freeman approaches the bench with only an A4 page of things to say and a very large Bible saying, Let the record take note that I reserve all my rights and waive none of them. I'm moving this matter to the very end, says the judge. Probably rightfully so, considering it's going to be a clusterfuck. Freeman approaches the bench anyway. Ooh, don't do that. As Legal Eagle will tell you on YouTube, entering the well of the court without permission, that's going to get you tackled. Don't do that. Freeman, I mean no disrespect to you or your court today. I've been requested here. Court clerk, call the next case. Case was then put to the very end. It was obvious the judge did not want lay people, as they call us, to see any of this. No, they just don't feel like... They don't want this case to interfere with the other cases, because this case is obviously going to be a mess. Because all you sovereign citizen and freemen of the land idiots don't know what you're talking about, and you just take up the court's time with your nonsense. That's why. The judge did not once look the man he was addressing in the eye. I doubt that. Court clerk calling case. Freeman, let the record take note that I reserve all my rights and I waive none of them. As he approaches the bench, the judge says, very good. Arresting Garda. Is that arresting Garda? Is that like a British name for a bailiff? I don't know. Swears curses on the Bible, actually only a New Testament, so not a Bible, and quietly begins to read out charges. The New Testament is still the Bible. It's just like the New Testament. Do a lot of places still use a Bible for that? Because I've definitely seen places where they just, you know, have you swear. You don't do the Bible thing anymore, for obvious reasons. Like, not everyone's Christian in the first place, and it's also kind of weird. Freeman, before God and these men present, I will tell the truth! He held the Bible in the air when saying this, then sealed the pledge with a kiss. They think the law is like Harry Potter, magic spells, and you gotta do certain things. It's so weird.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Fake Bible, fake laws, fake judges, fake people. It's all fake. Freeman says, I've been called here today at my own time and expense to address this matter. I'm here to address the court. Judge, I'm rising the court. Court clerk, all rise. The judge left the bench and ran away into his chambers. Freeman, thank you very much. Doubt? I doubt that very much.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Oh, is this Ireland? Okay, I can't hear them like at all. So, sealed with a kiss, Daddy Sume. Is this Kiss from a Rose? No. Who remembers the 2003 Peter Pan? I can't play that. It's a movie. By this stage, the word had spread and quite a few barristers and solicitors showed up. The only people that rose with the judge were the barristers and legal folk. All the other people, about 20 who had come to support this man, remained seated. Oh, God. Yeah, I bet all the other people who were in the court, like legal people in the court, the judges or whatever they call them in Ireland, I don't know. Magistrates, I'm not sure. Either way, oh, barristers, or barrist, I don't know the legal terms for things in other countries, sorry. Yeah, if you work for the court regularly and you hear, hey, there's a crazy Freeman in courtroom number 3, yeah, I'm going to watch. Are you kidding me? That's hilarious. There was some confusion in the court then, thinking that the case was over. In fact, it was. He left the courts. As he was walking down the steps, a solicitor said, "That's a trap. If you don't go back in, he'll issue a bench warrant." Yeah, that's how it works. Like, if the judge leaves the courtroom for some reason, like they need to take a break or they need to go pee or something, they're allowed to do that. They just say, like, hey, I'll be right back. I'm sure there's a legal way of saying, I need to take a brief recess or whatever. But yeah, they can do that. Just because the judge leaves the courtroom for a second doesn't mean you have the right to leave, right? I mean, I guess you can. I don't know if they'll tackle you right then and there, but they'll issue a bench warrant for you, and then the next time you get pulled over, you're going to get arrested. Never take a solicitor's advice. Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah, just don't listen to lawyers. I'm sure that'll work out. Maxim in law states, he who leaves the battlefield first naturally loses. He then re-entered the court and waited for the judge to come back. Yeah, that doesn't apply to a courtroom. A courtroom isn't a battle, and you can be like, all metaphorical and flowery and be like, oh, ooh, it's a battlefield of legal minds. But at the end of the day, it's a courtroom. It's not a battlefield. You don't need to bring Sun Tzu into this, okay? I feel like if we're applying battle strategy to this from different, people, I would say that never stop your enemy while they're in the middle of making a mistake. That applies to a lot of sovereign citizens. Daddy Sume, love is a battlefield. That it is. MMO addicted with 10 bits. I need to vacate my most honorable bowels of the detritus of my last meal. Pardon me. Mm-hmm. He could have said, let the record take note the judge has left the bench and the case is hereby terminated before leaving the court. No, he couldn't have, because that's not how it works. You as the defendant don't get to decide when the case is over, okay? That's not how this works. Did they consider that the judge has the high ground? Detritus. Sorry, I mispronounced. Did the judge take the disengage action? The judge is actually a rogue, and they can take that as a bonus action. So, worked out for him. Uncanny dodge. Antipodian scored with 10 bits. Bookseller, hot tip of the day. The Art of War is generally found in the business section. I have a copy of The Art of War. Haven't read it. Listen carefully to what happens next. The clerk returns and says the court is in camera, which can be heard on videos, which means that everyone must clear the court except those involved. Yeah, they probably don't want to turn this into a circus, because there's like 20 batshit sovereign citizens in the audience. Okay, the judge has made an order. Let's go. Ushering people out of the court. Is that an order or a request? The court clerk? It's a judge's order. Freeman, if the court gives an order, then he's liable for a bill. What? You think you're gonna... Well, the judge told us to do something, and they have the legal authority to do so. I'm gonna send you a bill for making people walk outside. Under the Bill of Exchange Act of 1882, if he gives an order, he must take a bill. Doubt. Do you understand that? Oh, they highlighted understand. The judge's camera order was voided as the court was told by the people sitting that it was liable for a bill and they remained in their seats. That's a good way for a lot of people to catch contempt of court charges. I don't know how courts work in Ireland, though. I'm not sure how their, like, contempt rulings work, but, like, if you disregard a judge's order, in the States at least, yeah, you can get contempt of court, even if you're just in the audience. This has profound significance as it shows us what we can be achieved when we stick together and hold our ground. It proves this judiciary system has no authority over us. It does. It does, though. It does. Because, like, the judiciary has the authority to arrest all of you. Right? You get that? I've committed no crime, says the Freeman. Garda, that's your opinion. Freeman, to Garda, it's not my opinion. I have video evidence and a court full of witnesses. So the Bill Exchange Act of 1882 does say that, but it also says these terms and definitions only apply to this act. So it doesn't say what he's saying. He's trying to apply a very specific thing to every single order a judge makes. Man number 3, seated. Why do you want to take the witnesses out of the room? They're not witnesses. According to the guy, this guy was, like, ticketed, given a ticket. It was just a ticket, guys. And he was ticketed for sitting in the middle of a field or something. I don't know where it was, but they said he got a ticket for, like, sitting somewhere and he wasn't supposed to sit. And imagine, excuse me, the context makes it make more sense. Sovereign citizens are liars. And he's saying, all these 20 people are witnesses, which to me screams, these are my sovereign citizen friends who've all agreed to lie for me. Judge returned and nobody in the public area rose. Funnily enough, he did not seem surprised to see everyone still sitting there. Yeah, they've already shown complete disregard for the court. What are sovereign citizens? Sovereign citizens in other countries outside of the U.S., often called freemen of the land, are individuals who believe that the law does not apply to them. They watch a bunch of scammy YouTube videos and read scammy books and think that after doing, you know, a month of research on the internet from hucksters that they understand the law better than judges and lawyers and everyone who actually knows what they're talking about. And they believe that through a series of legal mumbo-jumbo that's complete nonsense that they can, like, get away with anything and that the courts have no authority over them. It's very, very stupid. Tucker White 94, are sovereign citizens just libertarians who don't want to follow the rules? Like libertarians? I'd imagine there's a pretty big crossover with libertarians and sovereign citizens. I don't think most libertarians are sovereign citizens, but I'd imagine most sovereign citizens are libertarians. Arresting Garda begins to read the charges again and the comments made in response while at the Garda station. I gotta know what a Garda is. Garda?
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Oh, Guardians of the Peace. Okay. Okay. National Police Service of the Republic of Ireland. Gotcha. Irish Police. Yeah. Pronounce the second word, I dare
nothing
you.
funny about the
What of
tools
the
of
thing we just looked
capitalism.
at? Oh, I'm gonna butcher that. No, thank you. Seo China. Should have tried that. Tucker White 94. So basically, sovereign citizens are just every kid who got grounded for not eating their vegetables. Basically, yes. He mentions Article 41.1.1 of the Irish Constitution, which was quoted to them and states, "We have rights higher and more ancient than any human statute." Seo Shana. Okay.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
MMO addicted. If you pronounce it like that 3 times, Donald Trump will wake up in a cold sweat screaming, "China's taking over!" China! The Garda was actually reading out a good defense for the Freemen by quoting the Constitution, so remember that next time you're asked to respond to charges. Your Honor! I know I'm being charged with a crime or a civil infraction, but have you considered that our country has a constitution? Where's my gavel? Judge, have you considered our country has a constitution?
There's nothing funny about the
Case
tools of
dismissed.
capitalism.
Bring in the dancing lobsters. How do you pronounce CD? I don't know. Guys, it's gonna be an easy joke if you just want to pay me to pronounce words wrong. I'll do it. I just don't think that's very entertaining. I can barely read English. Well, I guess I can barely read American English. Having me read things from other countries is the easiest, you know? Tucker White 94. Tell me this is taking place in the U.S. This tool referencing the Irish Constitution is even better. Yeah,
There's nothing
this is
funny
Ireland.
about the tools of capitalism.
Captain Rachel says Article 41.1.1 is the state promises to protect the family and recognizes the family as having inalienable and imprescriptible rights, antecedents and superior to all positive laws. Yeah, I would have no idea how to interpret that in terms of, like, how it actually is applied. Daddy Sumo with 10 bits. It's pronounced Sheed in Gaelic. It's the Gaelic for fairy world. Sheed. Okay.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
MMO addicted with 10 bits. Oi, folks, I forked over my hard-earned capitalist bits here for sovereign sit funnies, not spelling bees. Arresting Garda. You are breaching Article 41.1.1 of the Constitution of Ireland. The Garda has to repeat what you say in court. Think about that, and you may respond differently if you find yourself in that situation. The Garda has to like literally repeat what you say. Is that true? That's weird. Judge, very good. Judge, Mr. Whatever. You seem to be a relatively intelligent man. No, no. The Freeman interrupted Judge to remind him not to call him Mr. whatever his name is. It's more anything you say can be held against you. Ah, okay. Freeman, don't call me Mr. whatever his name is. Judge, no, no, no. I'm going to address you in my court as I deem fit. Freeman again repeats, don't call me Mr. Judge. Mr. If you insist on answering me back, I will hold you in contempt of court. Very good. Contempt of court.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Tucker White 94. I'd love to see one of these sovereign dumb fucks try this at a heavily fortified place like Fort Knox or the White House. The laws don't apply to them. Shouldn't they just be like, Fort Knox, you have to let me in, okay? I know the law. That gold is mine. Oh, it's raining. I was wondering what that noise was. It's raining and it's hitting the window and stuff. Tucker White 94. I'd love to... Oh, already read that one. Freeman, subject matter jurisdiction has not been obtained. Sovereign citizens are obsessed with, like, subject matter jurisdiction or other kinds of jurisdiction. Because if you are actually in a situation where the court is found to not have jurisdiction on the case, then yeah, the case gets thrown out. Because courts can only hear cases that they have jurisdiction over, right? But they use it all the time, even though the court has jurisdiction over it 99.9% of the time. This is another unlawful arrest in front of all these witnesses. Freeman, subject matter jurisdiction has not been ordained. I will not contract with this court. The judge says thank you very much. They also think that you need to, like, consent to having the court have authority over you. They think you need to do what they call contracting with the court or with the police in order to have the laws apply to you.
There's nothing
not
funny
the case.
About the tools of capitalism.
Tucker White 94. Sadly, I could see this sovereign citizen stunt working on someone as dumb as Trump. Well, you convinced me. Here, take the nuclear launch codes. Yeah. That's why they say I don't consent a lot when they're being arrested, because they think that the police need consent to arrest them. If that were the case, there'd be no one in jail. He was held in custody for 3 hours. The guardie didn't know what was going on. When he returned, he was asked to purge contempt. Freeman, apologize for overspeaking you. If I showed any disrespect to this court, I apologize. That was not my intention.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
So they were held for 3 hours on contempt charges. Antiponian Squid, they really do be all up in here thinking they're dealing with the Fae. MMO addicted Trump, quote, you're hired, and my lawyers told me I have to evade and hide taxes. Now I know I can just not consent to them. A lot of sovereign citizens genuinely believe that. This is what, what's his name? Ken Ham, no, other one. Kent Hovind. This is what Kent Hovind got in trouble for. He's a sovereign citizen and what's known as a tax protester, aka a person who commits tax fraud. So that's what Kent Hovind got in trouble for. He wasn't paying taxes for like 20 years. Judge, very good. I accept your apology with respect to the matter, and I consider your contempt at this particular point in time to be purged. Judge, these are preliminary proceedings, and at this particular stage I have heard evidence of the arrest charges made against Mr. Blank. Over the lunch break, I have read your letter of the 11th of October 2009. Judge, in respect of that matter, the matter will now proceed in the normal way, where I presume Mr. Blank is pleading not guilty to the charges. Is that correct? Freeman, I am not entering a plea. Judge, you're not entering a plea. Freeman, I will not beg this court. You need to enter a plea. That's like part of it. You can't opt out. Even if you just say silent, they will assume you're entering a plea of not guilty. Like, come on. This is the system, guys. If you want to change it, I understand. That's fine. But you need to do that in a situation where you're not literally in front of a judge. Okay? You're not changing the system when you're in the defendant's seat. If you wanted to change the system and how the judiciary functions in this country, then you needed to do so by lobbying the legislative to change it. Freeman, do I have the option to plead innocent? At least in the United States, you are presumed innocent. When you're pleading not guilty, you are presumed that you are innocent, right? You're saying, I am not guilty of this crime, as I am presumed to be. I don't know if this is the same in Ireland. I don't know anything about Ireland. A plea of not guilty is, there are two pleas, Mr. Blank. There are two pleas at this stage open to you, either a plea of guilty or a plea of not guilty. If it were a case that the court would consider that you were not entering a plea to cause difficulties, then I would postpone this matter for a period of 2 weeks. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if the judge just wants to push this, so hopefully they don't have to deal with this. I'm sure they just want to go home. To allow you to reflect on that, and if so, if you wish to get legal aid on that matter, what do you want to do? So the judge is throwing like a safety line to this guy and saying like, we can give you 2 weeks, you can get a lawyer, it would be a good idea for you to do that. Either way, how about that? How about we reschedule it in 2 weeks? If I enter a plea, have I entered into contract with this court? There's no... You don't need a contract with the court in order to be a part of court proceedings. That's not how this works. Judge says, well, what I want to say to you, Mr. Blank, is I am no longer in a position of being a judge to advise you. The function of advice in respect of matters coming before the court is that of solicitors and barristers, basically saying, I'm not your lawyer. Get a lawyer. Judge, what I am doing is allowing you an adjournment in which you can consider what you have said and take or not take whatever the case may be to the appropriate legal advice. The funny thing is, too, this is literally over a ticket that is a $300 ticket. And I'm not saying $300 is chump change. That could be a huge blow to tons of people, myself included, you know? Like, just getting a random charge for $300, whatever. I don't know what money they use in, like, the Republic of Ireland. I think this is in the Republic of Ireland. Could be wrong. Sorry if I did get that wrong. Either way, yeah, that could hurt. But if he just went into court and explained what the deal was, it's entirely possible the judge would either reduce the fine or completely get rid of it. If you said to the judge, I am so sorry for doing whatever they were doing. They claim they were just sitting in a field, but I don't think you get a $300 ticket for that, so who knows exactly what it is. I'm sure you could say, I'm really, really sorry. I just really can't afford this. Is there any way you can at least reduce the charge? I would really, really appreciate it. And I think a lot of judges, not every judge, but many judges with their discretion would be like, okay, we'll at least reduce the charge, if not, you know, expunging it entirely. As long as it's like a first offense thing, and you're not in the courtroom constantly. Instead, this idiot Freeman of the land has turned this into a complete circus and taken up hours and hours of the court's time. So stupid. Euro in the Republic of Ireland or pound in Northern Ireland? Okay. Judge, that is the only matter that I am able to consider for today. Again, I say to you that I offer you the opportunity of an adjournment. Fighting outside the court in the background. Freeman, I will not seek legal advice. I'm a man. I can speak for myself. I am a man! Punch. Linkara reference. Judge, very good. Freeman, do you have your oath of office? Tries to get the oath on record. Asking judges and stuff for their oath of office is the dumbest thing I think Freeman and sovereign citizens do. It's just pointless. It's just super duper pointless. Like, you know what the oath is if you're asking for it. The judge knows what the oath is. They took it. Like, all you're doing is basically wagging your finger at them and being like, you better follow your oath to the office. And it's like, yeah, they know. They know. Antipodian Squid. Fellas, is it a masculine to get legal advice for legal situations? Thank you to Elfo Marcio for following. Welcome to the stream. Is Lou meowing in the background? No? I think she's napping somewhere. Did I miss one? No. Judge says, very, very serious. The difficulties you had this morning, I'm prepared at this particular point in time to move to the next stage. If it's a case that you are not entering a plea... I'm prepared to remand the matter for a period of 2 weeks in order that you reflect on what you have just said, and I'm prepared to do that. Very good. The judge is just trying to get this dude out of the courtroom because he doesn't want to deal with it, and he wants the guy to get a lawyer, probably. Sushi Mom says, apparently Trump just said he's feeling good enough to kiss everyone there. Now people are making bi icon jokes, and I hate it. Yeah, yikes. Elfo Marcio says, hi, Hannah. Been following you and Jake since the Bible Reloaded times. You two are great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for coming to the stream. Freeman, I do not accept. Judge, you don't accept that? The judge is like, I am literally throwing you a life raft. Please take it. Please. Please take it. Freeman, no, I do not accept your offer. I waive all benefits and release the court of its duty to perform as consideration. You can't do that. You can't just say to the court, I'm done. I'm gonna rage quit the courtroom. Not how the legal system works. Judge, I'm remanding this matter, notwithstanding, for a period of 2 weeks until the 29th of October. Freeman, with all due respect, I do not accept. What a moron. Judge, very good, Mr. Blank. You will be required to come before the court again on the 29th of October to this court. If it case that you do not come before this court on that particular date, then proceedings will proceed ahead in the normal way. You are remanded on continuing bail until the whatever to reflect on what you have just said. Freeman, with all due respect, I do not accept. Too bad. Garda, I've noticed persons down the back taking photographs with their mobile phone. I'm seeking advice on what you wish me to do with it. I assume they're not allowed to take photos in the courtroom. Judge, I do not wish you to do anything at this point in time. Thank you. So he's just letting it go. I really wish they wouldn't with these sovereign citizens. It just gives them, like, the belief that they're right. It's so annoying. Freeman, so I'm free to go, yeah? Judge, fuming. You're free to go until the 29th of October. Freeman, free to go. Honestly, I think this is the perfect encapsulation of what's wrong with sovereign citizens. So the guy says, I'm free to go. The judge says, you're free to go until the 29th of October. And then the guy just repeats the part that he wants to hear. Free to go. This is every sovereign citizen interaction encapsulated into 3 lines, and it's beautiful. What an idiot. I'm pretty sure that was posted by a sovereign citizen too. And they think the sovereign citizen nailed it. That is wild that they think that that made the sovereign citizens look good. Crazy. Stupid. Freemen in Court, the 21st of April, Part 2. Can't really see that one very well. Apparently HD cameras haven't made their way to the UK yet.
Rundown of what just happened.
Yep, I'm Mikkel, family Rivera. What basically happened?
They think they nailed it. Yeah, unfortunately.
Was I had a magistrate's court hearing scheduled for today. 9:30. Ended up going.
We've done some of these in a row. Let's go back to some American sovereign citizens.
There's nothing funny about the tools.
74, Quinn, 74. I love the court stuff. That stuff's so embarrassing. Yeah. Yep. Yep. This guy looks like a character from a deleted scene of Trailer Park Boys. Ireland is not the UK. I apologize. Yeah, it was the Republic of Ireland. I'm sorry. Actually, no. The second video the video I was talking about when we watched that wasn't the video that takes place in the Republic of Ireland, as far as I know. I don't think I knew where that country was. If I did say the UK in regard to the Republic of Ireland, though, I apologize.
Hello.
Hi.
Trooper call with the state police. Can I have your license and registration, please?
I'm not driving. Black's Law Dictionary clearly defines driving as doing so for commerce. I'm traveling.
Yeah, he said the thing! He does sound drunk. He is probably drunk. Get your traveling emotes, friends. I think we have a classic one here. So for those unfamiliar, let me repeat this for the 50th millionth time. Sovereign citizens believe they don't need driver's licenses, that they don't need license plates, because they believe that driving is legally defined as being paid to go somewhere in a vehicle, to operate a vehicle while being paid to do so. They are under this delusion because of a misreading of Black's Law Dictionary. I think it was like 3rd edition or something like that, from the 1930s. Bear in mind, we are now in the 11th edition of Black's Law Dictionary. Is it the 5th? Maybe it was the 5th. Either way, we're on the 11th edition now, and the current definition in Black's Law Dictionary has nothing to say about that. But even so, they are misreading that old 1930s edition of Black's Law Dictionary. Black's Law Dictionary that they are referencing, and we've looked at it before on the channel, says driving is defined as being employed in the operation of a cart, carriage, or motor vehicle. Employed, they read the word employed and think, oh, this must mean that literally I have to be paid and being employed by a company to move something. Whereas employed in this context does not mean that. Right now I am employed in the process of doing a stream, right? It's probably a bad example because I am round and about being paid to do this via ads and your bits and your donations and stuff. Right now I am employed in I am employed in eating an oyster cracker. Yeah. Employed means to take part in. But these people don't know how to use any dictionary other than a Black's Law dictionary, so they don't know what the word employed means in general terms. So they think that they can say, I'm not driving because I'm not being paid to do it. I'm traveling, therefore I don't need a driver's license or insurance or a license plate. They're wrong. The man in the video is traveling me crazy.
Driving requires a driver's license, and I'm not driving.
You have a traveler's license?
Do you have a traveler's license? That's good. That's good.
At this point, I ask that you state your jurisdiction and my standing.
He's got to be drunk. He's got to be drunk or something. He sounds... In fairness, I don't know. I don't know what this guy sounds like normally. Some people just speak very slowly. Sounds kind of drunk, though.
I said, Kowal, the New York State Police. Can you turn your car off yet? So, if you're just traveling, you're not driving?
I am not driving, according to Black's Law Dictionary, which has been upheld by the federal law.
That's an outright. That's not even just inaccurate. That is a lie. Black's Law Dictionary is exactly what it sounds like. It's a legal dictionary. It's not law. It's not law in and of itself. In court, I don't think you can be like, according to Black's Law Dictionary, this is defined as such and such and such. Black's Law Dictionary is descriptive, not prescriptive. Just because it's in Black's Law Dictionary doesn't mean that definition is going to hold up in court. Black's Law Dictionary just does its best to describe definitions as they are understood in the courts closely to when that edition comes out, right? So like the 11th edition, I think, is the one we're currently on. The definitions in that are not legally binding, but they are as close as the dictionary makers think those definitions mean in a court of law. It's a reference book, if you're a lawyer or something.
And the court rulings thereafter.
Or a student. Probably more for students of law. I'm not sure, though. I know I had a lawyer on in stream once who said something along the lines of like, yeah, I have a Black's Law Dictionary, but I don't think I've referenced it since law school, so I don't know if it's a thing that gets used often by practicing lawyers. Antipodian Squid. This is like starting an essay with Webster's Dictionary defines. Yeah, a little bit.
Why do you pay like a
I don't. I'm borrowing this vehicle to. This vehicle does not belong to me, but I'm in possession of it. I actually gave this vehicle to the person that registered it, and so in order to be registered for his use, then I had to, it was better just to give it to him. In the meanwhile, I'm borrowing it.
That didn't make too much sense to me. What?
Excuse me?
That didn't make too much sense to me. What did you say?
I traded this vehicle for some labor. Then I gave the vehicle to a friend so that he could put it on the road for his uses. Meanwhile, I'm borrowing it back so that I could take some paint to a friend's house so that he could do some work.
All you would have to... He's overcomplicating this explanation. All you say is, oh, officer, this isn't my car. It's a friend registered... Or it's a friend. It's a car registered to my friend. I'm borrowing it with their permission to take some paint somewhere. That's the explanation. I don't need to know the car used to be yours. I don't need to know all the superfluous information.
Where's this paint?
I just delivered it.
Oh. Where do you live?
I'm a traveler
Where do you travel to?
all over the States.
Okay. The States? Are you from New York?
I'm from everywhere. I'm
Why
really
is it
not,
so difficult?
because I don't care for the questioning.
Okay.
I already know.
So, I mean, when I stop cars, I don't necessarily have to give that person a ticket. If you have a license, you hand it over to me, I can say, have a good day, sir. I don't need to, dig into all this stuff, and we don't need to be recording.
Oh, for both mine and your safety and protection, we need to be recording it.
Okay, well, your safety, you're gonna burn your fingers with that cigarette. So
Thanks for the warning.
You're welcome.
I've got to take us back to the driver's.
You're gonna make this difficult.
No, there's no need for a ticket. This is out of your jurisdiction, if you don't mind.
So whose jurisdiction is this?
They're obsessed with jurisdiction. No. The cop that pulled you over, assuming that they're like a cop from the county or the city or wherever, and you are in that city, they have jurisdiction to stop you in a traffic stop. Cupcake Chaos, you're looking lovely today, by the way. Thanks for the content. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. I feel like I'm disheveled. I was feeling sick earlier, and then I took like a 2-hour nap, and I just woke up and decided to do this. So, thank you, though. They're the state police, then they have jurisdiction throughout the entire state.
Well, under the federal rulings to uphold the United States Constitution, there's no jurisdiction and no standing because I'm not driving.
You're gonna lose that argument every day, bro.
I do not have a license.
But you're doing things wrong. You're doing things wrong. You're driving wrong. You're traveling wrong. Whatever you want to call it.
What was I doing wrong?
You didn't stop completely at the stop sign.
What stop sign?
When you made this turn, you were in the opposite
I
lane
did stop
for a
at the
good
stop
40
sign.
feet.
When I made this turn, I was waiting.
I'm surprised the cop isn't administering like a breathalyzer or something. The guy definitely sounds like he's on something.
For you to go around because you were.
have stickers that are not.
When I made this turn, I was waiting for you to go by me because you were tailgating.
No, I wouldn't say tailgating.
Oh, you were tailgating.
Okay.
And that's okay because you can violate the.
That's creative use of the Baja Blasted emote.
Law. Meanwhile,
There's not a ticket. There's not anything that says I can't tailgate you. There's no law for tailgating.
I don't believe you just said that, but I like that I got it on video because I need all that I can get.
That's fine. Interesting.
This guy's gotta be drunk or high or something.
I have a driver's license?
I do not have a driver's license. I'm just traveling.
Okay. Do you have any kind of ID on you at all?
I'm not about to. We can go right to court if that's what it takes. This is not going anywhere good. I can tell you that.
Well, why are you making it like that?
Because I believe that you're violating my constitutional rights as well as.
Which one?
Didn't you take an oath to uphold the Constitution and all the federal laws that uphold the Constitution? Why can't you let me say one?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Didn't you take an oath to uphold the Constitution and all the federal laws that uphold the Constitution?
Yes.
Okay. Do you mind if I go through my notes here and pull out some federal laws for you?
No, we're not getting into that right now.
Okay. Well, call the superiors because I'm in no violation and you are, and I know it. First of all, what's your cause? Who's my victim? What did I do?
All right, so back there, that four-way stop.
Uh-huh.
You rolled through it. Yeah, calm. So you did not stop for that. Your tires did not come to a complete stop. That's for sure. Okay, and then you come up here. You put your blinker on first. Take it off.
I was warning you I'm turning. I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to do that. I was warning you I'm turning.
That looks suspicious to me, and then you get in the opposite lane of travel with your signal on. You don't stay in your lane of travel to turn down this road. And
This guy's here.
you have
It was all safe. It was all safe.
You have stickers on your rear windshield that you're not supposed to have. Only 2 stickers you're supposed to have are those 2. So there are 3 things you did wrong.
This is all according to the law within the driving for commerce. Driving for commerce. If I show you my ID, you're going to tell me I've got a driver's license, and I don't. That's another thing, the standing.
So you don't have a driver's license?
You'll claim I have a driver's license according to my name. I'm telling you I don't have a driver's license.
The graph is of the Dunning-Kruger effect, someone asked. The Dunning-Kruger effect basically says that the less knowledgeable you are in a topic, you'll often have higher confidence than you should. Like a flat earther would also be up at the peak of this, and then as you learn more about a topic, you get less confident because you not only know what you know what you don't know, and obviously there's a lot more that you don't know about a topic than you know about a topic when it comes to just about anything, unless you're a literal expert. So that's what that is.
If you have a license, what is the big deal?
I don't have a driver's license.
What do you have? What do you consider it?
It's not me and current.
4107. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know why you're making this difficult. Like I said, I don't have to write you any tickets, but
you will.
You're kind of, doing, making me want to. So, what is your name?
I don't believe that you're in your right to ask me that. I know that you're not, but I can't prove it to you because you won't let me get my notes out that says this.
The cops can, in a traffic stop you and ask for your ID. And you're required to give it to them.
I've got federal law. I've got proof, evidence of what you're supposed to be doing.
You're just being stubborn. You know these things.
No, I know what I know.
We're the police, and you know we're allowed to do that.
No. That's where we have a disagreement. You think you have authority over me that you don't.
You're driving.
I am not driving. I'm not driving.
You're operating a motor vehicle.
I can do that according to the Black's law and the federal court rulings. You don't go to court. You don't go to court. You've got this book and you've got this conditioning that people are telling you how you're supposed to be treating the public.
And that's what you should be following as well.
No, I have to follow the Constitution.
What is your name? Are you the owner of this vehicle?
What I don't get about them when they say they need to follow the Constitution, a lot of them seem to only want to follow the Constitution and literally no other laws outside of that. But the thing is, I feel like they haven't even read the Constitution, because the Constitution literally lays out how the legislature should be set up, and it gives them the authority to make laws. So if you're saying, I follow the Constitution, de facto, you have to say that I am agreeing to the laws that have been passed by legislatures, both state and federal. Like, you can't follow the Constitution and ignore all the laws that come out of it based on the authority granted to the legislative branch of the government. Like, you can't do that. Antipodian Squid, can you post a link? Sure. As long as it's, not something awful. I mean, this is awful. I mean, you know what I mean. As long as it's not like pornography or extreme violence, go for it. Antipodian Squid, a heap of the anti-maskers here in Melbourne have been arrested, fined, etc., instead of getting warnings purely for refusing to provide their names and details and causing further obstruction issues. Honestly, cops should just be walking up to people without masks in areas where they have to and handed them tickets. No questions asked. You probably need their name. But once you get the name, no arguing, nothing, here's your ticket. Wear a mask.
Again, you had some...
Or copyright, yeah, I can't show copyrighted stuff on stream.
You bought this, you traded it for labor, and then you let your friend borrow it, and now it's yours again?
I'm not doing this. I'm requesting that you bring your superiors so that we can talk some common.
Daddy Sume with 10 bits. I'm getting in bed all. I'll still be around, but I won't be paying attention to chat. Also, you should really think about your wording. You just gave me permission to rickroll you and post any links I want that weren't lewd. I hope you have a good evening, Daddy Sume.
Common sense, some law. They're on their way, right?
Technically, this video is copyright. Yeah, but the way I'm using it falls under fair use. Like, if I'm just, like, especially if it's like a movie clip or a song or something, more difficult to justify that, unless I'm literally reviewing something. And even then, it's contextual. It's contextually dependent. Let's see what this link was. Ugh. I'm still having, like, weird gas issues from the nausea I had earlier. Where was the link? I just saw it. This part of the chorus from this song could be fun for your soundboard. Oh, I can't play this. It's a Madonna song. I definitely can't play that. And I definitely can't use it for a soundboard. Every video I use the sound effect in would get dinged for copyright. Not necessarily a strike, but I do put these on YouTube. And if I have a copyrighted thing in there, like a song or a movie clip or something, then the person who owns that clip will monetize the entire video for themselves, even if it's like a 5-second clip in an hour-long video. It's very annoying. It's very, very annoying.
So, police are talking about driver's license, which I won't present to them. I'm trying to talk law. They're not trying to hear it. So I'm getting out my notes. And not finding them quickly enough. Got them now.
Ah!
It's got some relatable court rulings, but this goes back to the foundation of the United States and the original Constitution and the Declaration of Independence and all that crap.
Are you really big into that, or?
The Declaration of Independence, while it's a very cool historical document, is not a legal document in the sense that it's the foundation of American law like the Constitution is. In court, you would not cite the Declaration of Independence because it's not legally binding in any way. It's just like a nice document that's like, hey, here's why we're seceding from the UK, you know?
I am into freedoms. Freedom of travel. We're not supposed to be taxed to use the highways and roadways unless we're doing so.
That have a foot of snow on them, so.
Back in the early days, there were no.
It's not the early days.
Yeah, I know that we're in different times and things.
What if you're in a British court? No. The Declaration of Independence isn't a legal document for anyone. It was literally just a letter that, like, the Continental Congress signed that said, hey, England, King George, friendo, we're breaking up. Okay? That's what the Declaration of Independence was.
need to shift just a little bit.
Again, that's your opinion.
Pardon me?
That's your opinion.
What about the Magna Carta? The Magna Carta is cited by a lot of UK sovereign citizens, as it was the foundational document for their constitutional monarchy.
We have that, and then we have the court rulings.
You go to like a class, you just Google a bunch of stuff. You have like
oh, geez, a bunch of studies in law.
Yeah, like
okay, what is a driver? A driver, according to Black's Law Dictionary.
The one from 1930, not the most up-to-date version, and he's gonna read this wrong anyway. Daddy Sume, hey King George friendo, eat a dick, we secede. Yeah, I think that's verbatim. That's basically it. John Hancock was like, fuck yeah. Eat it, George.
Black's Law Dictionary is how the federal court rulings are founded on the definitions by Black's Law Dictionary.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Someone posted earlier, and I didn't read it, that, like, the court has found that Black's Law Dictionary can be used as, like, a secondary legal resource. But it's not... It's not the foundation of legal rulings, right?
Dictionary. When employed in conducting a coach, carriage, wagon, or other vehicle with horses, mule, or other animals, or a bicycle, tricycle, or motor car, though not a street railroad car. See Davis versus Prechenvec. It gets into details. Prechin motor car with horses. Law Dictionary. When employed in conducting does not mean you're being paid to do it. Employed in conducting literally means you are operating the vehicle. Being a coach, carriage, wagon, or other vehicle with horses, mule, or other animals, or a bicycle, tricycle, or motor car, though not a street railroad car. See Davis versus Prechenvec. It gets into details. Even a bicycle. If I were to deliver a package to your mom on a bicycle, then you can hold me accountable to the highway laws according to the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles and the federal law rulings all about the driver's license. Driver's license aside, because I'm not driving, traveling. That's what I'm doing. The right of a citizen. The right of a citizen to travel.
What was that? What is with the random loud noises in this video?
Upon the public highways to transport his property.
New York State license if you're only. Why did you go?
They're on either by carriage or by automobile is not a mere privilege with which a city may prohibit or permit at will, but a common right which he has under the right to life, liberty, and a pursuit of happiness. This is a ruling. Here's the numbers.
The ruling that he's citing, we've looked at on the stream before. First of all, it wasn't a Supreme Court ruling, at least not the federal Supreme Court. It was a state Supreme Court ruling, and the case was about a town, and this was early on, you know, when the laws about vehicle licensing were still something that were being, you know, carved out. Motor vehicles were still a relatively new thing at the time. And in this town, this is before all states took over licensure for vehicles. Nowadays, like, if you're in a state, that state handles the licensing. But earlier on, communities, villages, towns, what's the word I'm looking for? Districts, whatever, they would, counties, parishes, if you're in the South, they would handle licensing for vehicles. And what happened was, in this specific town that this case was about, the sheriff of the town was the one who was responsible for giving driver's licenses to people, and it was found that this sheriff was doing so more or less arbitrarily. Like, oh, my friend Frank, I like Frank, have a driver's license. Oh, that's Carl, I hate Carl, you can't have a driver's license. And the court found that you can't do that. You cannot arbitrarily stop people from using the roads and getting licenses. However, that same court case, he's not reading this part because it flies directly in the face of what he's trying to say. He's cherry-picking this ruling. The ruling also says, however, counties and states can make tests for driver's licensing. They just cannot be arbitrary in nature. Like, they can test your skill and knowledge of road laws and how to drive on the road, and that is fine as long as it applies to every individual equally. Okay? So that ruling literally says you cannot arbitrarily decide you get a license, you don't, you do, you don't, you don't, you don't, you do, you do. However, you can have a test where the standard is the same for everyone, and they take the test and you either pass or you fail, and that determines whether you get the license, which is what we have today in the United States.
So you believe in that, but why do you
Case
still have
law.
a valid
I believe in case law and the Constitution.
But you still have a valid...
Tucker White 94, I love sovereign citizen Fs who pull random laws out of their ass. Anyone can do it. For example, according to the lyric Derp de Derp in the song Derp by Sex Abacus, I'm legally entitled to apprehend all your gold. That's true. Sex Abacus. There's a lot of legal stuff in there.
driver's license.
We're not talking about a driver's license.
Well, why would you have that? I feel like you're going against what you believe if you have that then.
I didn't tell you that I'm anybody.
Why are all these random noises happening? Is it just this guy's phone notifications are super obnoxious and they're getting picked up by the mic like when he gets a text message? I'm guessing that's what it is.
I mean, it's like you're trying to get the best of both worlds. It's not. You really follow that. Yeah, you're not getting.
This video is almost done, by the way. I know the noises are annoying.
You're not really, giving it 100%. You're kind of.
This is
You're cheating on the black law with the
January 12th, 2000. This is recent court rulings. U.S. Supreme Court ruling.
That's 18 years ago. That's not recent.
That's very recent in the.
To a sovereign citizen, that's recent because most of the laws they cite are from almost 100 years ago.
The evolvement of these rights.
It's definitely in the editing. I don't know then. I don't know why they did that.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Tucker White 94. What does he hope to accomplish, be it arguing with the cops or filming his dumbassery? He thinks he's right. He's filming it because he thinks he's right, and he thinks he can show this in court, and the judge will be like, haha, you were right the whole time. You were just traveling, my friend. Have a good day.
Rights that we have as travelers to not have to.
Alright, so again, it just seems like you're doubling back on the black law if you have a valid New York State driver's license. So you're abiding by that.
I'm not telling you that I have a license. I'm not operating under the authority.
This is easy for us.
I'm not operating under a license. I'm traveling, not driving. Do you understand?
Why would you have a New York State driver's license?
I'm not driving. I'm traveling.
Again, why would you have a New York
I'm telling you I don't have a license.
You do.
Oh my god. Whoever put this noises in, I hate you.
You owe third conviction in 2015. Not you?
The activity license by the state DMVs. They've turned the lights off.
Frustrating. These people are incredibly frustrating. Okay. That's the end of this video.
There's nothing funny about the tools of
Tucker White 94. Welp, I'm convinced. I could use this man's reasoning next time I pulled over for speeding. I'm sure that'll work out for you. If you want to help me out, instead of doing bits, you guys, for the rest of the stream, my account went into the negative by $17. If anyone wanted to throw me a buck or two, that'd be great. I don't get paid for 2 days, and I'm going to get late fees. Yay, e-begging. Sorry. That's the only time I'll say it this stream. I'm not going to be an asshole about it. But if you're thinking about doing bits, $1 or something would help me greatly. Link in chat. What else are we going to watch? Sovereign citizen. Freemen in court utterly fails with judge. Default issued. This one's only 5 minutes. We can do that.
love y'all. Pray for me.
This isn't the guy who prays to Trump, is it?
Yes, sir. Okay. Can I ask what for?
Say again?
Can I ask what for?
Because they're dark. I can't see anything.
Well, if you got a tester, we can test them.
Well, it's not illegal to have one much down on your back window.
Okay.
The reason for the stop is your kayak or whatever is sticking out of the back.
Oh, shoot. What's wrong with that?
More than 3 feet protruding from
Tom
the
G,
vehicle.
10100110101 with 245 bits. Thank you.
You got an answer?
Oh God! Turn your turn signal off.
Laga Vista, down Austin.
Oh, Austin. Okay.
Cedar Park. It's between Cedar Park and Marble Falls.
I got you.
Big Booty Goth Queer with $10 donation. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Hope this helps, Hannah. Hail Satan, hail chat. It does. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Skywise8 donated $6.66. You can have a few of my dollary dues. I've been in the negative before and it sucks. Thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate it. Why did he say pray for me in a pre-recorded video? Because it's pre-recorded now, but he's streaming. He's streaming during it, so this was live. Whoa, Stone Corbell, $17. Thank you, man. Oh, I appreciate that. Yay, I'm not gonna get a $30 negative fee. 60, because it would have been 2 days. Chase sucks. Don't go to Chase Bank. Go to a credit union or something.
I have been kind of between addresses, to be honest with you, and I don't have the mail for where I get the registration from. So. I did notice that.
Will you step out for me?
No, sir.
Say again?
No,
Refusing to get out of the car when the cop asks you. That's not a good move.
Step out or I'll break you.
See what I'm saying? My hands are up. Look. See what I'm saying, guys? Please just pray for me. Please, just pray for me.
Daddy Sume with 10 bits. Second Community American Mutual Bank is the best. Yes, I also watch Kit Boga. I actually haven't watched Kit Boga in like months. I should probably catch up. I'm sure there's some good stuff.
Sir, you're gonna have to get a warrant. I know my laws. You're gonna have to get a warrant, sir.
Acid Summer with $5. I've been there. Hope this helps. Thank you. I appreciate it. My account is in the positive now, for the record, I think. So thank you.
There's nothing funny about the tools
or close
of
to it. Yeah.
This is for all of y'all. They can't tell me to get out of my vehicle. It's not considered my homestead.
Why are they asking him to get out of the car? I'm actually not sure exactly why they're asking him to get out of the car. He's not complying, though, because he thinks he doesn't have to, even though, yes, legally, you do have to. Oh, what about Bob with $20? Money's monies. Thank you. Appreciated.
It's considered something different, but this is why I need protection right here. I'm doing nothing wrong. I've done nothing wrong.
He looks like he's in the passenger seat. I think the video's flipped. I think it's just flipped. Like, the stream itself isn't, because, like, the text is correct, but I think the camera, for some reason, in the phone is flipping the perspective.
I love y'all. Just pray for me. Just pray for me. If they shoot me, it's because everything that's going on, and it's because I'm an honest man. I love you all. Please just pray for me. My hands are up. My hands are up in the air. I'm not doing anything. Please just pray for me. Please, somebody tag in Donald Trump. Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump, please. I'm asking you. Please save me. Please save me.
Does he think Donald Trump is like Superman and that he can hear him from anywhere on the planet and he's gonna fly in and somehow save him? How does he think this works?
Please get these people away from me. In dear God's name, please stop these people. They're breaking.
Front-facing camera flips so it doesn't look weird when you look at yourself? Okay, that makes sense. Someone's quoting Talladega Nights. Save me, Tom Cruise! Yeah, that's a shame. I think that dude legit might have some stuff going on. Like, I don't think a stable person prays to Donald Trump. Dr. Gamble with 10 bits. He must have seen that Steven Crowder Super Trump comic. Oh no. The what? I'm not familiar.
That's why you want.
Uh-oh.
Lieutenant Hall here seems to think he can just stop me for no reason without probable cause when I have committed no crime, only because I expressing my First Amendment right to flick him off. That's why he wants to pull me over.
I do think the courts have found that if you just, like, flip off a cop, they can't, like, you know, stop you for that. I'm fairly certain. I could be wrong. Don't take that as legal advice by any means.
Over. That's the real reason. But you know what? You're a prick. Prick, by definition. Someone that's in power authority that abuses its power. You are a fucking prick. You know that? Bitch. Huh, bitch? Huh? Can I go now, bitch?
No.
Alright. Right to travel. Right to travel. Sovereign citizen. No my. I didn't commit a crime, so.
You did actually.
Oh, I did? I have the right to travel.
No.
I have the right to travel!
You do not have.
If I scream it loud enough, it's the truth!
Yes, I do.
Ride your bicycle.
Yes, I do.
Against traffic.
I was on the sidewalk.
No.
Okay, so he was riding his bike against traffic, which is illegal. At least in where this guy lives. I don't know if that's universal in the United States.
Well, you weren't.
I was. I've been on the sidewalk the whole time.
When you cross the street,
You're a liar. Prove it. Prove it.
It's on my camera.
Okay, we're gonna see that.
Okay.
Okay.
I need to see your identification.
I don't have any ID on me,
Okay.
sir.
You need to provide me with your name and your date of birth.
You know what? I'm gonna plead the fifth.
You can't plead the fifth on that. That's a misunderstanding that a lot of sovereign citizens have. There are things you can plead the fifth on, right? The Fifth Amendment, at least when the relevant part when we're talking about I plead the fifth, as you hear in movies and TV shows and stuff, is you have the right to not self-incriminate, meaning if you are asked a question by the cops in an interview or investigation that would be incriminating to yourself, it's about self-incrimination, not necessarily the incrimination of others. If you know something about someone else, then I think that can be obstruction of justice if you don't tell them. Excuse me. But you have the right to not self-incriminate. So if the cop asks, like, let's say there's a murder investigation, and the cop asks, did you murder Tina? Tina's been murdered. Did you murder Tina with this knife? You're allowed to say, I plead the fifth, or like, I'm gonna stay silent on that one. However, be aware, pleading the fifth can be seen as a admission of guilt, basically. But like if the cop is asking you in the course of an investigation procedural questions like, who are you? What is your name? What is your address? You can't plead the fifth on that because those things are not inherently incriminating. Cupcake Chaos, thank you for gifting a sub to Poopy Dickens. You think you're an adult and then someone has a name like Poopy Dickens and I laugh. Weird.
Well, you can't plead the fifth.
I'm pleading the fifth.
Okay. You were riding your bicycle in
Okay,
the street against traffic.
no, I
You ride your
wasn't.
bicycle
I
in the
wasn't.
street.
You're a liar.
You have to follow the same law.
Clearly, I was on the sidewalk.
Right now you were, but not a Schmidt.
No, you're a liar. Prove it.
All right.
I think you're just mad that I flicked you off. I think you're just mad. I'm exercising my First Amendment right to flick you off.
When you cross the
Are you just mad?
Is he saying flick you off? Oh, I think most people say flip you off.
They flicked you off? Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you mad?
If he is a wanted criminal, is his name his name is incriminating, isn't it? I don't think that counts, right? Because that's not like... That's not incriminating yourself in the sense that, like, you're going to get in more trouble in admitting to crimes that you have committed. It's just identifying yourself to the cops. Like, if you're already wanted, they already have evidence you've done something. I think you still have to identify. That's not... I understand what your thought is. Like, well, it's incriminating in the sense that they'll arrest me, but it's not, like, incriminating in the sense that you answering that will be held against you in court. They're not going to be like, and they told us their name! Like, that's, you're already incriminated. You're already wanted for some reason. You have to identify yourself.
Yes, you are.
You need to provide...
You're upset. Sovereign citizen.
You need to provide me with...
Fifth Amendment right.
But if you're a sovereign citizen, you don't believe in the...
Someone call Legal Eagle. I'm sure he has nothing better to do than answer my stupid questions. That would be great. I wish someday I would be a big enough channel on my own that I could ask Legal Eagle, do an interview about sovereign citizen stuff. I think he specializes in civil law, though, not like criminal stuff, but I'm sure he knows enough that he could have a conversation about it.
Constitution.
You
just popped in to share this. What is it? Oh, God. Steven Crowder.
Hurry up, everyone! The quicker we get you undocumented Democrats to Pennsylvania, the quicker you can vote in 2020. Mr. President, you've clearly made America great again. Your approval rating is at an astonishing 117%.
Steven Crowder is funny. Donald Trump having an approval rating over 50%. That's amazing. Antipodian Squid. Oh no, I've just come across something. People are starting to come out with this conspiracy theory that Kamala Harris is a man. Quick, somebody get Hans on the investigation. What is with Republicans thinking that, like, someone being trans would be like, oh, they're trans? Like, trans people can be the vice president or the president, guys. There's not a law that says they can't be. It's the same with the Michelle Obama thing. Like, a bunch of idiots, like, transvestigating Michelle Obama. Like, guys, first of all, she's not trans. But even if she was, it wouldn't be anyone else's business. Who would care? It wouldn't matter. All it is just a big sign that says, I'm transphobic, and I think that calling someone trans is one of the worst insults you can possibly have. It's ridiculous. Swanky Poon, thank you for following.
I love America, but Mr. President, crooked H is at
Is this supposed to be Mike Pence? Because that's not what Mike Pence looks like. You guys seen Mike Pence? Mike Pence looks like this, okay? He looks like what that one character from Johnny Quest, but if he smoked for 30 years. Johnny Quest. Maybe I'm thinking of a different show. No! Oh, yeah. This guy from Johnny Quest. Mike Pence looks like this guy, if he smoked a pack a day for 30 years.
The wall. Whatever will we do? Don't worry, I'll handle this one. What will we do?
Look at the physique on Donald Trump in this panel. That's my favorite thing that weird right-wingers do, is draw... I think Ben Garrison does this too. He's a right-wing political cartoonist. Drawing Donald Trump with, like, anything other than the physique of an obese 74-year-old man is hilarious. Like, guys, I get it, you like him, and it's fine if you like him. I mean, it's not fine, but that's, like, a completely separate discussion. But he does not look like this. Have you seen what Donald Trump looks like? He's doughy. He's a doughy boy, and that's fine. Just, like, accept it.
Don't worry, I'll handle this one. Oh no, it's Super Trump! Boom, bitch. I was a Golden Gloves in high school. See, Super Trump, here are muchos pesos for your wall.
Oh, gross.
Super Trump!
Wow, that's super disgusting.
You're absolutely wrong.
So,
you are so stupid.
Okay.
I'm a lawyer, by the way, you dumb.
Are you going to provide me with your
Yeah, I'm sure you're a lawyer.
identification?
That
I
last
had
The
the
Boys
right
episode was rough. No spoilers. I haven't seen The Boys season 2 yet.
to remain silent.
Okay. All right. Put your
Ridiculous. That seems like something Trump himself would write. That implies Trump is literate enough to actually write dialogue, and I don't know if that's the case.
Hey, going?
Scotty, how are you?
What's your name?
Lucas.
Oh, you're from out the back there.
Yeah, you know me. Is that why you pulled me this thing? That you took me firearms for no
Yeah,
reason.
that's the firearms registry.
And now you're driving that way. You saw me pull out of that road,
can we
and you've
stop for a
turned
minute?
around. No, I'm sorry. And
I
you've
want you to
turned
do this
around.
first.
I'm not doing anything for you, mate. You pulled me over for no reason.
Have you got your license there, please?
No.
Do you have a license?
Yes, I have a license.
Okay, so I'll get your...
Mate, I'm not doing commerce. Are you working for the Commonwealth right now? Are you a Commonwealth officer right now?
I'm a Victoria police officer.
So you're not a Commonwealth officer? Is that what you're telling me?
I've found you driving. I require you to furnish
It's
a
not.
sample
Is
of breath
it
on
unlawful?
this
Is
prescribed
it
device.
unlawful to drive?
One long blow, please.
Is it unlawful to drive?
No, one long blow, please.
Then why did you stop me?
For a routine...
No, this is
license
harassment,
check.
Paul Goody.
Are you going to do this?
This is harassment.
Can
You
we
are
stop?
harassing.
Paul Goody? Is that like an insult for cops in certain... What was it? Paul Goody? Maybe I misheard it.
You were driving that way.
Can we stop?
I want to be calm with you people, but you were driving that way. You've turned around because you saw me pull out of that road. As I pulled out, and then you've come back to harass me, to pull me over to do this.
No, it's the actual
whatever
cop's
you
name.
wanna
Okay.
do.
Routine PBT.
There's
One
no
long-
such thing, mate. You've got no probable cause to pull me over in the first place.
I do. You're driving a motor vehicle. You're on a highway. One long blow,
I'm
please.
travelling, mate, in my private property.
You said it!
One.
Right?
No, you're on the highway. One long blow, please.
What's a highway? It's a public road.
One long blow.
Yes. And the government makes the... Again, I don't know how it works where this guy is, but I'd imagine it works similar to the States. The government builds the roads, and the government can set laws requiring you to have a license to operate your vehicle on those roads. That's how that works.
You've got no right to stop me
It's a public safety thing.
at all.
Are you going to do this?
All right? You've got no right to stop me
Are you
at
go-
all.
Are you going
At
to?
all.
Are you going to
What
do
is
this?
your probable cause for pulling me over, Mr. Goody?
For a routine license check
Doesn't exist.
and a random breath test.
Does not exist. Does not exist, mate.
One long blow.
Are you a Commonwealth officer?
I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to get something.
It's like a catalog model stepped off the page and started reading nothing but ridiculous sovereign citizen fanfic.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Dr. Gamble, Hannah, I'm not giving you bits. My bits are traveling to you. Let me see a license for those bits. Alright, you win. I've seen you've played Knifey Spoony before.
Same police.
Is that a Simpsons joke? Sounds very familiar. Yeah, okay. That's not a knife. That's... yeah, okay.
You call that a knife? This is a knife.
That's not a knife, that's a spoon.
All right, you win. I see you've played knifey spoony before.
Officer, who came to my home for no lawful reason and put in...
You know what's wild to me? The Simpsons were so controversial when they first came out that, like, you know, the kind of moralistic, like, cultural crusaders on the right were, like, all up in arms about it, you know? And now it's so banal that it's on Disney Plus. Every single season of The Simpsons is on Disney Plus, and no one cares.
A suspension on my firearms for no lawful reason. Now I'm going to court with this guy in 6 weeks. The same police officer, he was driving the other way, he saw me pull out of the road and he stopped me for no reason.
It's so tame today. Watch seasons 1 through 3. It's downright wholesome. Yeah, other than, like, Homer strangling Bart. I know a lot of people on the right at the time were, like, upset that Bart was, like, disrespectful to his parents. And they're like, oh my gosh, my children are gonna learn to be disrespectful by watching Bart Simpson. It's so funny. I'm gonna skip ahead to the...
You're ready? I'm not contracting with you, Paul Goody. You're harassing me, mate, and I'm going to sue you for this.
That's okay.
This is the second time.
Will you listen to me for 1 minute?
This is the second time, mate.
Will you listen to me and then you can leave?
This is the second time.
This is taped.
Antipodian Squid with 10 bits. The best thing about The Simpsons these days is that there's a whole meme movement and group called Simpsons Against the Liberals that basically just makes memes with Simpsons scenes to make fun of our right-wing politicians.
For no reason. Yeah, I'm recording it too, mate.
That's okay. State your full name and address, please.
Do you know there's a Supreme Court ruling, mate, that says you've got no right to ask me for my name and address, nor to stop me for no unlawful reason.
Okay.
You've got no reason to do it. You've got no lawful excuse. This is harassment. I'm not contracting with you. I want to go on my way. I'm travelling. I'm not doing commerce. I've got nothing to do with your company.
Okay, Lucas.
Leave me alone, mate. This is harassment.
What?
Wait, Australia doesn't have a Supreme Court? Antipodian Squid says. We don't have a Supreme Court, dickhead. Does Australia not have a Supreme Court? What is he referencing then?
What is your age and date of birth?
This is harassment.
Oh, you have a high court. Well, that's probably what he means.
Okay. I've observed you driving a motor vehicle. I now...
He probably picked up the word Supreme Court because a lot of the sovereign citizen stuff comes out of, like, the states.
...require you to undergo a preliminary breath test.
You're trespassing right now, mate. You are trespassing. Here is a no trespassing sign for this private property. You have got your arm in the window, you're trying to stick something in my face, you're trespassing. I'd like to go on my way, please. Like I said to you in that letter, mate, $666 per hour that you harass me and that it takes me to fill out the paperwork and write the paperwork. I'm going to see you in court.
Lucas, are you going to provide
you are now contracting with me. It's okay. $666 an hour, so you're aware.
It's always weird to me that sovereign citizens hold often beliefs that are in conflict with each other, right? Like, they think that they can say to the cop without the cop's consent, by interacting with me in any way, shape, or form, we have formed a contract and you are contracting with me and you owe me $666 for every hour. But when they go to court and they're, like, being forced to take part in the court system, you know, they say, I've made no contract with you. I don't consent to a contract, and they think that's enough. Like, do they not see that those two ideas are incongruous with each other? Like, if you think you can force a cop into a contract with you by simply the act of them speaking to you, why would it be different for the court and you? It just seems odd.
You have been required to undergo a preliminary breath test on a prescribed device. You have refused to undergo the test as required. If you refuse to undergo the test, you may be charged with this offence, and if found guilty, you may be fined or imprisoned for 18 months, and you will lose your licence for a minimum of 2 years. I've
Can you get off my car,
driving a
mate?
motor vehicle. I now require
I'm not
you
driving a
to
motor vehicle,
undergo
mate.
a preliminary breath
I'm not
test
driving a motor
on a
vehicle. I'm
prescribed
travelling
device.
on a public road in my private property.
This is not a public road. This is a highway.
It's a public road. Who owns it, mate? Not you.
Probably the state. Again, I don't know how Australia's like broken up in terms of, you know, like how we have states in the United States. I don't know if there's like different, you know, jurisdictions on the East Coast versus the West Coast. I know the center of Australia is pretty barren, but you know, there are cities on the coasts. I don't know how that's broken up, but like if it's like a highway, I'm guessing just the country of Australia probably owns that. You have states and territories? Okay.
The shareholders of the Commonwealth, right? The shareholders pay for the roads,
Lucas,
mate. We own it.
Lucas, are you prepared to
Mr.
sample
Goody,
the breath?
you are harassing me, and I've had enough of it, mate. You've already arbitrarily made me lose my property. You've diseased me for no lawful reason, without lawful excuse. Then you've saw me pull out of that road, and you've turned around for no lawful excuse. You've stopped me without lawful excuse.
Why is he using the traveling line when it's based on an American legal dictionary? Oh, that's nothing. Sovereign citizens do this kind of thing all the time. I've seen American sovereign citizens quote the Magna Carta or the Articles of Confederation. They just pull stuff, you know? Like, if they heard it somewhere, they're so credulous in regard to this stuff, they'll just believe it, even if it doesn't make any sense for them to be citing it.
You're trying to coerce me into giving you my name and address without lawful excuse, and you're trying to force something into my body, and that's rape. Okay, do you understand
Oh,
that?
come on. Let's not throw that word around.
Are you going to provide a sample of breath?
Am I free to go? Am I under arrest?
You're not under arrest.
Am
You're
I under
free to
arrest?
go.
Okay,
I'm letting
thank you.
I'm letting you know.
Can you please get off my car?
Why did he say he was free to go?
In the mail.
Get off my car.
Refusing to conduct a preliminary breath test.
Get off my car.
Do you understand that?
Get off my car.
Okay. Bye.
Why did they let him go?
Just recording, guy. Paul Goody. And
So what?
Oh, do they stop him again?
Man, how are you, Brendan?
Okay, Lucas, as I mentioned just earlier, I'm here in relation to just giving you the summons to the matter.
Ah, okay. They let him go, and then they just send cops to serve them to go to court for that. Honestly, I'd prefer that to the American system of busting in the window and, like, you know, escalating the situation. You already have his information. Just go and serve him with the court documents. Yeah, I like that.
To the court at Ballarat on the 25th of November. There's a copy of the brief of evidence there attached. The part of the process is I'm serving a Section 51 notice on you for this applicable offence, so you have to hand over your driver's licence, and your licence is immediately suspended until it goes to court on that date, and the magistrate will make a decision then. So that's your copy, so you can read that and use it for your solicitor, etc. But everything's on there. And you're going to take it, or we're going to put it on the ground?
I was looking at the name there, it's in all capital letters.
So that's your surname. That's a police thing.
That's a that's a glossa, American Sign Language.
Am I putting this on the ground, or are you going to take it off then?
I don't know. I don't really understand it.
Why take it and read it? Why are you being so difficult?
Mate?
Sorry?
You don't need to stick it in my face.
I'm going to put it over on the step for you. But as I said, there's a Section 51 notice attached. You're required by law to now hand over your driver's licence, please. Can you get that for me?
I don't know where it is, mate.
Well, where will it be?
I don't know.
If they don't have a license plate and don't give ID, they can't really do that. In that case, they probably would just chase them with the car and try and get them to pull over.
Yesterday.
But minimum use of escalation, I appreciate.
So you have to, when you find it.
Dr. Gamble, he sounds so flabbergasted by what's happening. Oh, I'll show you one after this that's even funnier.
Hand it in to Vic Rose or myself.
Right. So what's... No, not really. I don't understand you, but why are you taking my licence? Or trying to take my licence?
Your licence is suspended.
For what
because
reason?
you've been served with a charge and summons for failing to provide a preliminary breath test on the roadside a few weeks ago.
So you're taking away a substantive right based on an accusation before it's gone to court, is that right?
If that's the way you want to say it.
You don't have the right to a driver's license.
I'm not going to stand here and argue the point with you. I'll ask you one last time, can you provide your driver's
Well,
licence
I don't
now?
know where it is, mate.
Okay. Well, the onus is on you, is to find it. If you don't find it, if it's lost, report it lost or stolen. Do you understand that?
I comprehend that.
Okay. So that's all I need to do today. So I've left that
Well,
for you
why did you
there.
bring 2 cop cars out to do it?
Because we're from separate locations.
Yeah, but why did you have to bring two
I just
two
explained that
people
we're
and
from
2
separate
cops? Because
locations.
you're from separate locations. What's that got to do with you bringing a summons here? Do you know a summons is
It's for their
brought in the name of a
protection.
private individual? Do you know
I'm not
that?
gonna stand here and
Do
argue
you know
with
that? Section 9 of the Victoria Police Act
Yeah.
says that you don't have any right to civil action. Now you're bringing a summary offence in the name of the private citizen. I can show you the law dictionary if you like to.
It's not a summary offense. It's a court date. You have a court date, and your license is suspended until you go to court.
See it?
Okay, you can contest that in court.
Would you like to see it?
No, I don't.
They are not summarily deciding that you are guilty. They are saying that, hey, we know you didn't provide a breath sample, so we have a court date set for you, and until such time of the court date, your license is suspended. They're allowed to do that. Driver's licensing, driver's licensing. Having a license for your car is not a right. It isn't. It might feel like that in many ways, and you have the right to attempt to get one as long as you are operating within the law, but you can be taken away when you break the law. It can.
25th of November at Ballarat.
So you're ignoring the fact that you're...
I don't know how this works in Australia, but at least in the United States, how this works too is your driver's license, even though it is your possession in the sense that you carry it around with you, you do not own your own driver's license. It is the property of the state, which is why they can take away your driver's license and do whatever they want to it.
You're participating in civil activities right now?
I'm not having this conversation. Goodbye.
Okay.
Now, I don't want you to be pulled over and get something.
According to who?
Sorry?
According to who?
According to the law.
No, well, which part of the law?
Well, just
Can you-
understand it.
Oh,
So stupid. Sovereign citizen runs from cops. This is a good one. I think this is the one. There's this guy, and it's like a Freemen thing. I don't think it's an American. Yeah, this is a good one. Freemen runs checkpoint. Is there a link to the original video? I know I've seen the original video. It's pretty good. I'll just use this video and just use the video section because he just... So there's a checkpoint of some sort that gets set up. And this guy's an idiot. This guy is an... Just policed videos. Ooh, I could probably do that. Just police videos. Okay, yeah, this is the correct one. So this sovereign citizen or freeman of the land, wherever it happens to be. This one might also be Australia or New Zealand. I don't know. Anyway, there was a checkpoint of some kind. I don't know if it was like a DUI checkpoint or some other kind of checkpoint. They literally just went right through it. They didn't stop whatsoever. And the cops start chasing them, and they seem surprised that the cops are chasing them down in a high-speed chase. It's very, very strange. Let me turn that down a little.
Got some police in pursuit of us at the moment.
Like, does he think this is a movie and this is just cool? And he's like, yeah, gonna run from the police. I've evaded the police at least 50 times in Grand Theft Auto. In real life, it must work the same, right? If I just hide in an alleyway and wait for my star rating or whatever to go down, they'll just stop chasing me.
Illegal corporation.
Cop's like, hey, pull over.
Yeah, we just went through a breathalyzer. We refused to stop through a breathalyzer test. So, yeah.
Dr. Gamble with 100 bits. Thank you.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Freeman of the land.
He's so proud of himself. He thinks he's nailing this. Like, does he think they're just gonna stop chasing him? I genuinely don't understand what he was thinking. He's so shocked when he gets arrested, too. It's so weird that he, like, what did he think was going to happen? I think there's someone else in the car that's recording. I think it's two guys. Miss Kays, thank you for subscribing with a 5-month streak. Wow, 5 months. Thank you so much. I can't believe I've almost been streaming for like half a year. Feels like it's gone by real quick. No, it is him! Oh, that's totally him. It's just him in the car. That's so much worse that he's, like, not even paying attention to the road. Dr. Gamble with a link and 300 bits. Let me see what the link is. I would play more, but I don't want to get the video monetized by the people who own the music for Cuphead.
Got 2 cars in pursuit.
Gonna have so many stream babies? What's a stream baby? I don't know what that means.
Close by.
I'm gonna box them in, probably, or something.
Wait,
9
mate.
months. Oh, okay, I gotcha.
No, mate. No, mate.
They're like, hey, open the door. You've just done a high-speed chase with the police. He's like, nah, I do not consent. These are the magic words.
There's nothing funny about
74 Quinn, 74. What's a stationed breathalyzer test, as I've never heard of these? Are they a thing? Also, hell yeah, Cuphead. There are places, cities that do checkpoints, basically, where they randomly check people with breathalyzers just to see, like, you know, to see if they can randomly catch someone who's driving over the limit. So maybe you're on your way home and there's just a checkpoint and you gotta wait in line. It's annoying, I'd imagine. I've never been through one. But, like, I'd imagine it's a little annoying. It probably takes time and you just want to go home. But it's set up to try and catch drunk drivers. And if you try and run away from it, obviously you're making the police think you're drunk. I think they've been contested in court before, just because some places are like, is this okay? We're just randomly stopping and searching people, basically, with no probable cause. Is that okay? And I think various courts have taken various stances on this.
Am I under arrest? Am I under arrest? Am I under arrest? Am I under arrest?
Yes, you are under arrest. You ran from the cops. What do you think?
Am I under arrest or am I free to go?
What does he think is happening right now? Like, what does he think is happening?
Am I under arrest? Am I under arrest?
I'm wondering, why doesn't the guy just say, yes, yes, you're under arrest, obviously, you idiot.
I've been stopped on my way home. Am I under arrest?
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Dr. Gamble, Cuphead losing quote, now your life will be behind bars. You should have stolen faster cars. I've not played Cuphead.
No, what? No. You, I do not consent. You've got no right. Whoa! This is thuggery! What the hell's going on?
He's so confused! How can he be confused about what is happening? It's a pretty clear, like, sequence of events. Speed through checkpoint. Cops chase you. You're employed in a high-speed chase with the police. The police stop you. They tell you to get out of the car. You refuse. They smash the window and arrest you. Is all... the sequence of events checks out. I don't know what he's confused about.
What the hell is going on? Open the door! Under arrest! Yes. Under arrest!
I like that the cops are like, yeah, duh, what?
Have you got more?
That guy's nuts.
It don't matter about that. It's not about no.
Let me see if we can do another court one or something, and then I'll probably call it a night. Have I had fun streaming so far? I think so. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I enjoy hanging out with you guys and watching all sorts of crazy videos. Like, all the videos we watch are things I'm interested in, so it's kind of a fun job. Hi, Jake arguing on the label for lefties is great Twitter action. Oh god, what is Jake doing now? Ugh. Freemen of the land in court. Is there a playlist? Freemen fails. God, a lot of these videos have been privated or deleted. Should read the Jilly Juice books with you and make fun of them. I have one too. I don't know where it is. It might be at Jake's house, actually, in the closet somewhere. We have a closet full of books and stuff that people have sent. I have a bunch here, but I don't know. I've seen a lot of these. Fake sovereign citizen judge Bruce Doucette sentenced to 38 years in prison.
One of the ringleaders in a domestic paper terrorism case that affected dozens of sheriffs, judges, county officials and other law enforcement along the Front Range was sentenced to 38 years in prison Tuesday. Bruce Doucette considers himself a sovereign citizen. He essentially...
That voice is annoying. This is tangentially related to sovereign citizens. It's a little different, though. but I'll count it because I want to talk about this. So have you guys heard about Jeremy DeWitt? Jeremy DeWitt is an arrested, I think that he's still going through the legal stuff right now. He's been arrested for impersonating a police officer with his business. His business, Metro State, is a funeral escort service in the state of Florida. In the state of Florida, you can hire what's known as a funeral escort service, and they will drive along with the funeral procession and make sure that other cars recognize the right of the procession to go through red lights if part of the procession is already through, stuff like that, making sure people don't cut into the procession, stuff like that, you know? Jeremy DeWitt's company, Metro State, however, is incredibly questionable in their practices, mostly due to Jeremy DeWitt himself. Metro State Funeral Escort. Let me show you what their vehicles look like. And I think immediately you'll see what the problem is. This is what their funeral escort cars look like. Do you see the issue? Yeah. They dress like this. They got badges. Yeah. As you can imagine, this doesn't fly. You cannot be impersonating police officers and driving, you know, police cars, basically. You can't do this. Someone made a mod for GTA where you have a Metro State thing. That's funny. So on top of this, Jeremy DeWitt has a habit of not only dressing and acting like he's a police officer, but basically outright telling people he is, even when he doesn't. Even if he doesn't outright say it, he will imply it. Like, the first time he got in trouble for this was when he was, like, 18. He went to a gas station and got some gas, and then he went inside, and his credit card that he just got for his birthday wouldn't work for some reason. He claims it was because he didn't realize he had to activate it, which is possible. I don't know. Anyway, this guy was part of the Police Explorers program, which is basically a thing that you can do in Boy Scouts or something, where you can go on ride-alongs with police and learn what it's like to be a police officer in case you want to go into, you know, policing. So he pulls out his Police Explorer badge, which looks like a police officer badge, and basically says to the cashier, "I'll come back tomorrow with the money. I'm a police officer," which is illegal. If you don't know, you can't just tell people you're a police officer when you're not. And he never came back with the money, and he got in legal trouble for that. It was a felony charge, which prevented him from ever actually becoming a police officer. Now, this annoyed Jeremy because he's always wanted to be a police officer. So, instead, over time, what he ends up doing is starting this funeral escort service and LARPing as a cop. So let's watch some of his videos. He wore a body camera at all times. And so many of his legal issues now are coming out of the fact that after he was arrested for impersonating a police officer, there's basically a record of him doing all sorts of illegal stuff because he was wearing a body camera and the police took the body camera. It's ridiculous. So, what video should we watch of Jeremy DeWitt? Jeremy DeWitt gone wild. So this is Jeremy's body cam footage. See if you can count. See if you can count him doing illegal stuff. Like, let's try and see. Again, I'm not a lawyer or a cop. I'm not gonna be able to get all these, but from watching other people talk about this stuff, there's some stuff that I know that illegal. He's using, again, I'm not sure if the noise he's making right now counts as sirens, but funeral escort services are not allowed to use sirens like the police. As you might imagine, you can't pretend to be the police. Only the police and, like, ambulances and fire trucks can use sirens. You cannot have sirens on your vehicles and use them in traffic. Real World Police has a ton of this. They do, like, I don't know if it's Freedom of Information Act or if they just pay for this stuff to come out, but they get all this stuff from the Florida Police Department that has this evidence.
Everyone, last call. White DOT van on camera.
I also don't know if he's... Oh, no, this is probably the funeral right here, I would imagine. Although there's not flags, which you normally have flags on funerals. At least in Michigan. Oh, yeah, this is the funeral. There's the hearse. Weird. In Michigan, you have, like, flags that you put on the car so people know. But, like, him driving on the wrong side of the road here, he's not supposed to be doing this. You're not supposed to, like... When you're a funeral escort, you can escort the funeral, but that doesn't mean you don't have to follow traffic laws. You still are supposed to follow traffic laws. The leeway you have is that when, again, and most people know this, I think, if there's a funeral procession, which I imagine everyone knows what that is, but in case you don't, after a funeral, the people who are going from the funeral to the cemetery in order to witness the casket being buried, or at least being lowered down into, you know, the grave, whatever they happen to be doing, they will all get in a line together and drive to the cemetery together. The law typically says that, like, funeral processions, and this is the case in Florida too, if they're already partway through a red light, or a green light, and it turns red, they can continue so as not to break up the funeral procession. And the people who are, like, at Metro State, these funeral procession people, this funeral escort service, they are allowed to help enforce that. They can basically go into the intersection while the funeral procession is going through and just, you know, let other cars, hey, you know, stop, we're doing a thing. But they're not allowed to use sirens. They're allowed to use lights. They're supposed to use either purple or cyan lights. But I think they're not supposed to use them together, because if you put a purple and a cyan light right next to each other on your vehicle, it looks a lot like a red and blue light if people aren't really paying attention. But anyway, they had both. And they do a bunch of stuff they're not supposed to, like he screams at people and tells them, like, "Ah, get out of the way." I don't know if we'll see some of that.
Okay, I need you to carefully use opposite direction traffic. Stay on your horn, use the sign, whatever, and get to Allen carefully. Just take my spot, but we're going right from here. But you can't park on these fucking railroad tracks. So make sure you pull over here a little bit.
This is another Metro State vehicle. Look how much this thing looks like a cop car. Look at this thing. These are just straight up cop vehicles that are non-cop vehicles. You can't do this.
Go to the next light. As soon as you get that vehicle 97 with you, you stay. As soon as the last car's with you, get up to me, please, as fast as you can. We gotta tell him to slow the fuck down. Way down. He's already to you, Alan, and none of us are moving. Artillery, can you see that last vehicle? We're too far extended. Way fucking too far. Your light's green, artillery, get to me now. Get to me now. Move, move, move.
He's always so intense, too. This is like LARPing for him. He didn't get to be a cop, so this is the closest he gets to be to a cop. And everything is like the most intense situation. Move, 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 we've got it. Like, okay, Jeremy DeWitt. You're escorting a funeral, and for the people who hire you, yes, it's a very important day, and it's good for you to take your job seriously, but stop playing commando, okay? Please, you're stopping an intersection. This is not like a SWAT team task force.
Stay on your horn. Stay on your horn. You got movers. Stay on your horn. You got a mover on the left. Blue sedan pulling out right from a blind building. Park right where I'm sitting. Don't move until that van goes by. Motor one's moving.
calls himself Motor 1, too. Jeremy DeWitt. Motor 1. Motor 1 is moving. It's honestly pretty embarrassing overall.
Come on, dude, get.
He pulls people over, too. Which you're not allowed to do, but he does it.
The fuck out of the way. Get out of the way. Move your fucking car, dog.
You're not supposed to be screaming at people and yelling at them and giving orders either. Like, you can get in the intersection and be like, hey, we're doing a funeral. Sorry. But you can't be like, get out of the way. You can't be shouting orders at people when you're dressed like a cop. People are gonna think you're a cop.
Dumb fuck. Dumbass. This is a police escort. Stop! You! Get over now! Get over now! Get over now! I'm out of gas!
He just called it a police escort? Yeah. Yeah, he does that. He will, when he's questioned by the police, he will call it a police-style escort. Basically admitting that he's, you know, pretending to be a cop.
I'm out of gas!
He's such a dork. Like, you can't just be like, oh, hey guys, I'm out of gas. You guys go on without me. Sorry, I gotta go stop. I'll try and catch up with you guys later. Which would be difficult to do because he's not allowed to speed, even though he definitely does. But he's gotta be like, oh god, I'm out of gas. What am I gonna do? I'm out of gas. TubeMan642 with 10 bits. This reminds me of that 19-year-old in Florida who pretended to be a doctor and had a real clinic. Ooh. Oh god. I didn't know that happened. Come on, kitty. Come on. Say hi to the stream, kitty. Come on. Cast iron pan with 10 bits. Lupine! Yes.
I need units now. I need somebody to take my spot. I need to fucking buy gas. I know. Stay on your horn. Stay on your horn.
He sucks at his job, by the way. Did he not think, oh, I'm doing a funeral procession, I should probably get some gas before he started this? That seems like a basic thing, right? Knowing that you need to get gas before you do the thing. Whatever, though.
I know, brother. I know. I'm a fucking pain in the ass. I'm sorry. Why is that? You're in a car. Alan, go past me. I need all units to go past me. I'll control this until I can go get gas. Alan, you gotta slow him down some more, brother. Just for a few minutes. Once we get past the sheriff's office, it gets a little better. Back. Just hold him back. Just hold him back. Doesn't have gas. I just broke down. I just ran out of gas.
He's such an idiot. He literally ran out of gas in the middle of the road. How can you be that incompetent?
I need units now.
I understand being in a situation where you're, like, poor or something, and I've been in that situation, too, in my life, where I'm like, oh, God, I am completely broke, but I need to get somewhere, and my gas light has been on for days. I really hope I don't, like, run out of gas running, you know, down the street for whatever thing I need or whatever. I get that. I understand. That is a struggle, and I feel ya if you're in that situation. But, like, if you can completely afford to get gas and you just don't do it, that's pretty stupid. That's like that's a moment where you gotta look at yourself and go, that was dumb. That was dumb.
I need a unit soon.
You can't believe anyone works for this clown? Most of his employees are felons. He hires mostly felons.
I know.
So I don't think they have a lot of options.
I know. I'm gonna... Fuck, dude. I gotta go to this gas station. I need you guys to...
He's got a little gas. See, the things were... Okay, so you're not out of gas. You drama queen. Why did you say you're out of... Like, you said, like, I'm broke down. I am out of gas. Like, that sounds like you literally have to... Whatever.
I just...
Bikes have a reserve tank you can flip over to? Okay. I didn't know that. I don't know anything about bikes, so thank you for clarifying. He's got... Oh my god! Logarth with 10 bits. Motorcycles have little backup tanks, good for about 5 miles most of the time. That's probably why he's sitting there. Okay, that's cool. He literally has a fake police badge in his wallet. That's illegal. You cannot do that. What? And this is just what we're catching on video. How many times has he, like, legit just, like, gone up to someone and be like, I'm the police. Stop. Ugh. Motor officer, Metro State. That's a fake police badge. How is he not in jail? Good news. He is. I can look. I'm not sure if the court case is done. Jeremy DeWitt.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Let's see if there's any news. Keirthan, woo, jail with 100 bits. Thank you. Sex offender accused of impersonating officer weaves through traffic, barks profanities at drivers. Oh, I didn't mention. He's a sex offender, too. I'm guessing the case is ongoing, then. This site gives a pretty thorough. We're not going to go through it because it's, you know, it's incredibly, incredibly thorough, and it's very interesting, but we don't have the time to go through all this, you know. Can't do that.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
It's illegal for him to use a siren. I think I already said that, but I just think I should clarify. He's not allowed to be doing what he's doing right now.
Hey! Pull over! Pull over!
He can't give people orders either. He can't do that.
Hey! Pull your fucking car over! Pull over!
That's very illegal. That's reckless endangerment. You can't be driving your motorcycle in front of someone's car to try and stop them. Does he carry a weapon? Would it surprise you to know? Yes, he does. He doesn't have a gun, because he's a felon. He does have, like, pepper spray and a taser, I think, and some other stuff.
Get out of the way. Move your fuck. I don't give a fuck what you don't understand. Pull forward now. Pull forward now.
Not allowed to give orders. Not a cop.
Stop there.
Hey, kitty.
What the fuck is your problem?
I didn't know what's the problem back there.
Meow. I'm pretty sure all of him riding in the left lane is illegal too. I don't think he's supposed to do stuff like that. I don't know the laws on lane splitting in Florida, but he's not really lane splitting here. He's just literally driving on the left side of the road. Elfo Marcio, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Like, he's literally pulling cars over with that siren. This is impersonating a police officer. You can't do this. Lane splitting is illegal in Florida? Okay. I don't know if there's a ton of more... there's tons of videos of this. I don't know how much more egregious stuff there is in this that wouldn't just be repeating.
Ends at one which we get to the 417.
Mr. Marty McNasty, thank you for following.
All these guys in their kilts and skirts. Yeah.
So that's a taste of what he's got going on. Let's see what other videos we have of him. I want to cover some more of him and then we'll call it a night. But I'm having fun looking at Jeremy DeWitt. Jeremy DeWitt offered 18 months in prison sentence and shut down Metro State.
All right, today's date is...
Oh, this is someone... Let me see what this says. On October 23rd, 2019, Sergeant Keith Vidler conducted an interview with Curtis Protective Services in Orlando, Florida. Curtis Protective Services is a security company that claims to provide professional safety with highly trained employees. Funeral and procession escorts are one of the services the company provides to the public. So this is someone who does the same line of work as Jeremy DeWitt, but they do it legally and without, you know, impersonating the police. So this is an interview that just talks about the stuff that's legal and not legal for them to do. Although Metro State Services isn't a security company, Sergeant Keith Vidler sat down and interviewed Chief John Campbell and his colleague Sergeant Alvarez of Curtis Protective Services. On September 23rd, 2020, Jeremy DeWitt had a trial management conference with Judge Renee Roche via a virtual hearing. A trial management conference is a meeting where all parties discuss what they need from each other and whether there are any plea deals available. We spoke to Jeremy DeWitt's ex, Jennifer, who claimed DeWitt was offered a total of 18 months in prison for all his felony cases in Orange County, Florida. At one point, probation was also discussed during the hearing. This was a significant downward departure from the 80 years which were originally on the table. Jeremy DeWitt would only serve 1 year and 6 months in prison if he accepted the deal. The only condition of the deal would be to end Metro State Services. So he would basically have to, disband his company that he spent his entire life building. I'm guessing he didn't take the deal, because we didn't hear anything about it. So he's probably going to get some years.
October, of course I messed it up here. Today is the 23rd, yep, October 23rd, and it is 1:05 in the afternoon.
He's been arrested 3 or 4 times for impersonating a police officer. Sergeant Keith Vidler is one of the arresting officers. There is a rumor going around.
Oh, he's got a thin blue line flag. Gross.
and it wouldn't pay, so she was someone. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's at least get some speed. Let's get to 100. Hey! Stop your vehicle!
Stop pretending you're a police officer.
5,000 on the first one, and 19 CF 15056 is another warrant.
After his arrest, Jeremy DeWitt and his attorney went to the Windermere Police Department to file a complaint. This audio is an excerpt from that meeting and interview.
Today's date is Friday, September the 13th, 2019. The time is approximately 14:35 hours. This is Detective John Allen with the Windermere Police Department. I'm currently at the police department. I'm going to be taking a statement, complaint from Jeremy Charles DeWitt. Mr. DeWitt is a white male. His birth date is 2/10 of 1980. Also present during the statement is his attorney, Amir Ladan.
Never told anyone I was a cop. 1998, but then, of course, then probation in 01.
So since 1998, you've never told anybody you were a cop?
I never told her I was a cop then either.
Okay.
I showed her my Explorer badge,
okay,
and she thought that was a police badge because I got gas.
Tell me the whole story.
Okay. So I got gas at a gas station. My mom got me a credit card for my birthday, and I was skipping school. I just turned 18. In fact, I just turned 18 for like a week.
In fact, he hadn't. DeWitt's date of birth is February 10th, 1980. The incident he is about to fake describe occurred on May 18th, 1998, and he was arrested for it on June 25th, 98. He'd been 18 for months. I assume you guys can't see the text at the bottom, but that's what it says. I'll just read it out to you guys.
My mom got me a credit card for my birthday, and I was skipping school. I just turned 18. In fact, I just turned 18 for like a week. I was skipping school to go do a ride-along with Oviedo Police Department, where I was an explorer. I didn't know you had to call and activate the credit card.
This was not an innocent one-time incident. He did have at-large charges filed on him for the theft of gasoline from another mobile station. So that he had done this multiple times. Getting gas and running, that's a thing he's done before. Even prior to the felony that he did get for the impersonating a cop on that one.
I didn't know you had to call and activate the credit card. So I went to go pay for gas, and it wouldn't pay. So she was screaming that I was stealing gas, and she was going to call 911. So now I'm freaking out because I just got accepted to the police academy.
If DeWitt is not simply lying, he can only be referencing to the Explorer Academy, quite different from the Police Academy that the rest of the world refers to with those words. Law Enforcement Explorers is a program by Learning for Life, a subsidiary of the Boy Scouts of America. The minimum age for acceptance at any Florida Police Academy is 19.
I just got accepted to the police academy. So I showed her my badge and ID, which said Oviedo Police Explorer. The badge even said Explorer.
The blank then advised Singleton that he was a police officer. The police report says that he was a police officer. The defendant then advised Singleton that he was a police officer, so she requested that the defendant provide her with his state gasoline card. Defendant told her that he was called on the job early that morning and that he left the house without it. Police in Florida, I imagine this is similar elsewhere, they have like a card that the state gives them that they can use for gas in the police car or the police bike, whatever they happen to have.
Even said Explorer. I said, ma'am, I'm not stealing your gas. I swear to God, I'll be back tomorrow to pay.
So you're showing her who you are,
right,
as a means of assuring her that you're not a thief.
Right.
Not trying to say, give me gas, I'm a cop, I want a courtesy. It wasn't like that.
In fact, I went back the next day to pay the $13.40.
$14.50 initially presented single, so it was $14.50. He was wrong about the amount.
To pay the $13.40 that I pumped in gas. Okay. I went back the next day and paid it.
Of all the things to harp on, I think that's a weird one. He's probably just wrong. I don't think that's enough of a discrepancy to be a big deal, but yeah. He later completed a sworn written statement after the post-Miranda interview. In his statement, defendant admitted that he did not pay for the gasoline and had not paid since the date of the incident. Summarizing his testimony, because DeWitt hadn't activated his credit card, he unexpectedly couldn't pay for his gas. 2, the amount he owed was $13.40. 3, DeWitt identified himself as a DeVito police officer, or explorer, not as an officer. 4, DeWitt went back the next day and paid for the gas. And 5, despite all that, 2 days later, he was arrested for impersonating a police officer. Let's play a game. It's called Who's Lying? Jeremy DeWitt or Jeremy DeWitt?
My mom got me a credit card for my birthday. In fact, I just turned 18 for like a week. I didn't know you had to call and activate the credit card. I never.
So yeah, the police report just says that what he's saying is true.
I just got accepted to the police academy. I swear to God, I'll be back tomorrow to pay. In fact, I went back the next day to pay the $13.40 that I pumped in gas. I went back the next day and paid it. I didn't know you had to be set.
Yeah, police officer. Is that what you're saying?
I haven't been in trouble in 10 years.
There's an interesting video he did a while back where he... I don't know. There's a lot of interesting videos.
What I need you to do, though, is and I need you to listen.
There's a phone call one. Serial police impersonator records himself committing felony wiretapping. Oh, God. Jeremy DeWitt. This is the call. This is a call he had with his mom in jail.
Hello, this is a free call from an inmate at the Orange County Corrections. To accept this free call, press 0. And I can't even...
The wiretapping is basically because he was recording a phone call without the consent of the second party. So
even begin to think if this gets out on the internet or the news.
And recording. Thank you for using Global Tellink.
How are you?
All right. What's going on?
I'm sure you already know.
Yeah, a little bit.
Ron, you called Dylan, so.
Yeah.
So, I mean, whatever. I'm going to sue, so. We were doing a funeral escort.
Hey,
and, I mean, I can tell you the whole backstory. You don't, I mean, you can either believe me or not. It's up to you. I don't care. So there was a sergeant. There was a sergeant with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I filed an internal investigation and affairs with it on him a long time ago. He knew who I was. He gave me a hard time back when we first started. He got chastised, got suspended. Long story short, I don't know what happened. I don't know why he left Orange County, but he left Orange County. He got a job at Windermere as a sergeant. So we're doing a funeral escort. We're at the roundabout right by the school there, and I pull into the escort's already going through. I pull into it, hit my air horn, not even the siren, just my air horn.
He's not even supposed to have the siren on the vehicle.
We already saw a Windermere police car on a traffic stop. So we all were behaving. So another unit...
Is recording phone calls illegal? It depends on the state. Some states are two-party consent states, and some states are not. Some states you need to let the person on the other end of the phone call know you are recording and get their consent. Other states are not. It's dependent on where you live.
Pulls up, drives over the median, drives over the wrong way, and just sits there and looks at us. So we're all like, okay, well, we just move on. We keep going. We leave that roundabout. Do you know that area? Do you know where the roundabout is?
Yeah,
by the
I know where the school is, yeah. Uh-huh.
We're already at the cemetery in Winter Garden, and they're coming lights and sirens opposite direction, racing up the road.
Wow.
Okay? They pass 2 patrol vehicles. They pass Recycle, Allen, and Stutters. They pass 4 of my guys.
Yeah.
He comes up to the intersection. The funeral's already in it. I'm in this intersection right at the cemetery.
Right.
He hops out of the car. I don't know who it is at first. I don't know who it is. He hops out of the car, and as soon as I see him, He goes, "Hey, Jeremy DeWitt, how are you doing? I've missed you." I was like, "Oh, Sergeant, I missed you too. I haven't seen you with Orange County for a while." Because now we're bantering back and forth being dicks.
Right.
We know what time it is. And he's like, "Oh, yeah, well, I've missed you, so I've been looking for you." That's exactly what he fucking said on my body. And he's like, "Oh, I missed you, so I came and got a job here." That's exactly what he said on my body camera. "Well, I've missed you, so I've been looking for you." That's exactly what he fucking said. "Oh, I missed you, so I came and got a job here." That's exactly what he said on my body camera. On my body
You have the video?
I do, on my body. Well, it's in their possession.
The thing says, for the record, Sergeant DeStefano said neither of those things. They have the body cam footage. The police took that as evidence.
So if it gets deleted, then... But if it doesn't get deleted, I do have it. God is my witness. And he's like, "You need to pull your motorcycle over and get out of the intersection." I was like, "Well, Sergeant," I said, "I hear you." I said, "I have a funeral going." I said, "As you can clearly see, do me a favor, just give me a few seconds and I'll go ahead and move the bike." He's like, "I need you to move your motorcycle now." And I was like, "Listen, Sergeant, unless you're going to put one of those patrol vehicles in this intersection to control my funeral, because there was cars at the intersection waiting to go," I said, "then I'll move for you, not a problem." He's like, "Whatever." So he turns around and he gets on the radio and he's calling for backup. So here come Alan, Recycle, Stutters, and the other unit. 4 units, they drive by me with their lights on and their air horns going. He doesn't say anything to them. Park it, stolen. Right here on my phone. Before
I want to get to the point where he begs for money.
My arms, aggressive, jam me against the car. They come back, they get out of their... Sir, wearing a shirt with a badge-like and a helmet with a badge-like logo, I was impersonating a police officer. And of course I'm yelling, "I've been doing this for 10 years. I've been..."
Breaking the law for 10 years is not as good of a defense as you think it is, Jeremy. Again, Jeremy DeWitt. Again, these are what the cars look like that they drive. Okay? Alright. This is illegal. You cannot impersonate a police officer like this. Can't do it. I believe he's also, lied about being in the military, too, which he has not been.
Dealing with Orange County, FHP, OPD, on and on. I said, "I want your lieutenant now, or a captain now." And he told me, "I'm not giving you anything. I refuse." I was like, "I want your supervisor now." They're refusing. So I just read the report, and they said that I pulled into the intersection, and then I went down the road, and they saw me cross the yellow line. So then they said they pulled me over. That's not true. They pulled me over all the way down in Winter Garden's jurisdiction by the cemetery, and it was the sergeant that pulled me over, not this officer. The sergeant's name's nowhere on the report. And the sergeant's the one that made contact with me first and said he was looking for me. So,
but his name's on the not
my name, body camera disappeared on scene.
Right.
He's like, "No, your stuff's impounded for evidence." I was like, "Oh, but my motorcycle's not?" And he's like, "No, you can pick that up anytime you want." So wait a minute.
Right.
I supposedly impersonate a police officer on my motorcycle in my gear, but you only held my uniform as evidence, but you let my motorcycle, which is the vehicle that I was conducting the escort on, you're letting that go?
They have to, because they said it was stolen and then they backed down. Yeah.
Right, because they know they're wrong. Yeah. And then they charged me. Guess what else they charged me with? Resisting arrest.
They probably took photos of the bike. They don't necessarily need the bike on them. And it was probably also a courtesy to you, so you could drive home. You could, I think in theory, you could own a motorcycle or something that looks a lot like a police officer. That in and of itself isn't necessarily illegal. But when you start using sirens and dress up like a police officer and start giving orders to other people on the road, that's when it definitely falls into the impersonating a police officer thing. You can have a black and white motorcycle.
Impersonating a law enforcement officer and using a two-way communication device.
Yeah, what's that about?
Using a radio on the escort. And here's the thing. in the state of Florida, to impersonate a police officer, you have to have three things. One, you have to dress or act as if, which obviously dress the way we are. Then you have to have something on you that says police, sheriff, parole, corrections, probation officer, state agent, something like that.
Your things say Metro State. I would say that if you need something that says, like, state officer, you did it. It says Metro State. I'd say that counts.
Then you have to make somebody do something, like pull them over.
Which we've seen you do on camera.
Take their driver's license from you. Get a discount. Get a free meal. So
but it's obvious you were doing a funeral escort. You're in front of the cemetery.
They even put that in the report. The best part is the whole impersonating thing. I'll read it to you. Here, listen. Duet, this is the only thing. Helmet with a history with me. In the truck. We start.
Metro State special that you guys entered.
I don't care what you do.
This is him talking to his mom again. I think this is a different phone call.
I don't care if you ever want to see me again as your son, but you better get the family together and you better get a bunch of money. Mom, this isn't right. And
okay, and Jeremy, stop. Take a deep breath. Okay.
I need you to get the family together and get me
what
money.
Family are you talking about?
Then fucking forget it. You either help me like you helped Dylan when they falsely accused him, or...
For English, press... For a collect call, press 0. Press pound 33. Please enter your 12-digit... Hold. This call is for using...
I can?
They're fucking with me. They arrested me again for the same thing.
Why do the videos have a filter? I don't know. That was just whatever this YouTube channel, Real World Please, wanted to do with it. Don't know.
They pulled my body camera, and it's not even me on the camera. They just pulled.
It is. We can hear your voice, Jeremy, in the video, and we can hear you talking about yourself, saying Motor 1, which is what you call yourself in the funeral processions.
Pulled one of the body cameras, and they're saying it's me, and they arrested me for it. And they're
for what?
For the same thing.
I don't know what thing you're talking about.
Impersonating a police officer, Mom.
In the Windermere thing?
No, they pulled the body camera from Windermere.
Antipodian Squid, they arrested me again for the same thing. Yeah, because you keep doing the thing. Insert clip of liar, liar, Jim Carrey screaming into the phone. Stop breaking the law, asshole.
It's a body camera that everybody wears. It's not even just mine, and they're...
Right, but the clips that they're using to prosecute you are clearly you. We can hear your voice on the body camera. We watched some of it earlier.
They're
from
saying,
the Windermere thing.
Huh?
When it happened in Windermere.
Right. They took my camera that I was wearing at the time, and they're using that footage to charge me. They're saying that I went into an intersection and I told a car to hold on. And then they're saying...
Very tall hobbit with 30 bits. This all sounds like something the gang from Always Sunny in Philadelphia would get up to in a particularly cringeworthy episode. There was an episode where they impersonated cops.
Some guy, and he picked me out of the lineup. I'm wearing a helmet and glasses, and they're saying it was me, and it wasn't even me. It wasn't even me on the camera. It wasn't even me talking to the guy. It was one of my other guys. It wasn't even fucking me, and they're just charging me with...
He's such a liar. He'll just lie to people, like, not to their face in this case, because it's over the phone, but, like, he'll just straight up lie to them, and you won't feel anything.
They're just charging me. And they're charging me with the off-duty deputy that hit me with his truck. He hit me with his truck, and because I told him to get out of my funeral, they're charging me. They're fucking with me, and they're they're stacking it so I go out of business or something. I have no money.
Jeremy, if the first time this happened, you changed your stuff and you stopped looking like police officers and acting like police officers, they probably would have let it go. All you would have to say is, you know what? I'm sorry. I kept creeping up to the line of acceptability in terms of how close we could get to looking like police officers, and at some point we crossed the line. I apologize. We will change the vehicles and make it clear that we are a funeral escort service. That's all he would have had to say, and the cops probably would have been like, oh, okay. He might have gotten some stuff, some fines or whatever, but they probably would have let it go. But he keeps doing it, and he keeps lying about it.
I don't care what you do. I don't care if you ever want to see me again as your son, but you better get the family together and you better get a bunch of money. Mom, this isn't right, and I didn't do anything. I'm not doing what they're saying. I don't care what you do. I don't care if you ever want to see me again as your son, but you better get the family together and you better get a bunch of money. Mom, this isn't right, and I didn't do anything. I'm not doing what they're saying.
I'm not quite sure why we have to pay for everything. You got empty ambulances.
I have no money right now. I've just spent everything on the Windermere thing. I'm going to sell whatever I need to sell. I'm going to close down whatever I need to close down. I've been driving a tow truck for the last 3 days by myself.
Why is he repeating stuff? I think they edit it that way just to emphasize certain things they want to emphasize, but I don't think it's actually him repeating the exact same phrase the exact same way.
And I've never towed a car in my life to make money. I fired my tow truck guy, and I'm driving a tow truck to make money. I have no money. This Windermere thing is draining me. I have no money. And they're
Jeremy, stop. Take a deep breath. Okay.
I need you to get the family together and get me money.
What family are you talking about?
Then fucking forget it. You either help me like you helped Dylan when they falsely accused him, or just whatever.
Let me just tell you something. Jeremy, Dylan's paying it back.
And I'll pay it back, too. I have a lawsuit that's coming in from Dan Newland.
Nobody's giving you a ton of money. I'm telling you that right now.
Dan Newland, I have $20,000 coming from Dan Newland. We're waiting for the check. We've been waiting for the check for months. My account is negative.
You show the paperwork to me, and then I can talk to family. But I have to have true paperwork that says that that's truly coming.
Mom, I can. They took my phones, or else I'd show you the email.
I don't care. No, I mean, you're asking for something really big here, and
it's not today. I'm not asking for the money. I'm not asking for the money today. I'm asking to get it together, because I'm gonna have to fight tooth and nail, or else I'm gonna burn. And I'm not doing anything.
I understand
I'm doing fucking funeral escorts. We're not doing what they're saying.
Okay. I understand that.
And I'm so out of money now. I have no money. Huh?
You need to when you get yourself out, you need to get yourself your shit listed. And
I already have 2 of the ambulances on eBay and Craigslist right now. The 2 that aren't even marked up, they're on eBay and Craigslist right now. I'm trying to get rid of shit now.
All right.
I'm not. They picked me up while I'm driving a tow truck down the fucking road today.
Okay. One, well, I don't know what to tell you about that. I don't know.
I mean,
they're obviously watching you.
I need all the help I can. We got to get the tow truck out of the tow yard tomorrow, or else they're going to charge us more money.
Okay, I have
His
to go
bond
to
is
work.
$5,000.
I can't do anything. You got Rania. You need to deal with it with Rania. Okay, I have no money.
Okay. I'm just letting you know what's going on. If you guys want to help me, great. If you don't, I understand. It is what it is. I understand. If you guys can't help me, when I'm telling you right now, I'm not doing anything. We were doing work.
I'm not saying you're doing anything.
Yeah,
but you got to get your fucking ducks in a row when you have free time, when you're not in jail, So you got your own backup plan.
I agree with that.
You can't keep running to everybody and expecting us to dig your ass out.
I
You're
haven't
40 years
asked for
old.
any
I'm
help.
60 years
I
old. I
haven't
can't deal with this.
I don't have
You wanna
time for
put me in
this.
an early
I don't
grave?
have time for this.
I don't
haven't
have time
asked for
this
money.
Either. This goes on and on and on.
Mom, I haven't asked for money in years. The last
Wait a
time
minute,
I
you
asked
just
was
took a
because
grand not a week ago. How
because
much
of
do you
these.
fucking think I have
What
in the bank?
Okay. I can only use the phone so much.
I haven't asked for money in years, except for the $1,000 I took a week ago for the legal shit that's my own fault. He's such a douche.
And never mind.
And you should be calling Rania to dig
I'm
your ass
working
out
on
of
it.
it.
Ridiculous. In court, he got threatened by the judge to remove him because he wouldn't shut up. This is probably the last video we'll watch, and then we'll call it a night.
Capable of arguing whatever facial. Whether Mr. DeWitt, I wouldn't make any facial expressions or motions or anything. You have an attorney who's capable of arguing whatever they need to argue for you. Statements.
I understand
And then
that,
the
so-
judge who signed the capias, Mr. DeWitt, if you can't behave and
No,
conform,
I
then
can, Your
we'll
Honor.
remove you.
No, Your
Okay.
Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So,
My concern is this, I know we don't know anything.
writing within 30 days if you cannot afford an attorney. Good morning.
This other guy might be another guy who works for Metro State, who may have also been arrested for this. Because I think Jeremy, at least at one point, I don't know what the current situation is, but at one point, not just Jeremy was arrested, but a couple other employees were too.
All right, Mr. Ledan, you're here for Mr. DeWitt.
Which I don't necessarily think is fair, because they're just trying to do their jobs, and those are the uniforms and cars that were provided to them by the boss. I feel like that's on Jeremy, but again, I don't know the intricacies of the case, so I don't know.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here on behalf of Mr. DeWitt.
Okay, and Mike, was he already seen on the other? Oh, because he was our ward, so he wouldn't. Okay,
I
so
was
he
informed
wouldn't
he was
have been
our
seen by that.
Right.
Can you just state your name for the record for me?
Yes, Your Honor. It's Jeremy Charles DeWitt, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. DeWitt, looks like you came on the docket because you have a number of out on release cases, and so that's why they held you, even though you were our ward on the new law.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so, I don't know.
Your Honor, the state is
Can
requesting
you
that
just
Mary Lynn Honeymeyer for the state. The state's requesting that the defendant's bonds be revoked on his 3 prior cases.
How can I revoke bonds when the offense date occurred?
This offense date occurred afterwards, Your Honor. The defendant was arrested on September 7th, 2019. When the defendant was here last time, the defendant misrepresented to the court that all these offenses happened prior to the 9/7 offense date. That is not the case. So the first case he was arrested on was 2019 CF 12733.
Right, and he was seen by a judge on the 8th, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the case for 2019 CF 15055, the offense date for that was September 16th, 2019.
But he hadn't been seen by a judge.
And that he was not arrested at that date, but that was when the felony offense took place. He was then seen by a judge when the defendant represented to the judge at initial appearance that this 15055 case happened before. It did not happen before. And this case that he's here on, 20 CF 1853, happened on October 1st, 2019. So again, after the September 7th, the cases where he has been out on bond. When he was seen by a judge on September 8th, he was on release for that. And he has consistently picked up new law offenses since that September 7th date.
Well, I mean, I understand that I hadn't, because, yeah, so I don't.
Out on bond.
Issue, but it's
Basically, they're trying to
That
revoke
bond
the bail. They're trying to revoke his bail and put him in jail because of other charges that he's gotten in the interim between the last time he was in court and today.
He revoked.
Today meaning this day, not literally today.
All right, Mr. Leton, do you have any argument?
Yes, Your Honor. So I agree with the court's analysis and was going to raise that issue, but it's been resolved, so I'll pass to the next issue for me. All of these cases flow from video that was taken from my client as a result of his arrest in Windermere. We're not here to litigate that case, but for the court's consideration, one of the main elements of this offense that's alleged is that my client intentionally intercepted conversations. And what I think it's important for the court to understand for today's purposes is this. Mr. DeWitt operates a business that uses body cameras. Those body cameras are on all of his uniformed personnel that operate these funeral escorts. Those body cameras are always running. So in the event that law enforcement obtained these videos and is now going through systematically to find what else they can potentially charge my client with, what they're finding are those recordings. And so the issue of intent is really what's at stake here. I don't know that there's any way we're going to get to the bottom of that today, and don't expect the court to make that assessment, but I think before you revoke this man's bond and keep him in jail, I'd like you to at least consider the fact that that is the source of this audio. And
Isn't this a recorded phone conversation?
correct, but anytime it's a helmet cam and a body camera, so anytime it's running, if he makes a phone call, it's going to record it.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't believe that this was body-worn camera footage that was recording in this case. I have seen the audio of it. It isn't from the defendant's body-worn camera. That's my understanding. So I understand what the defense is saying, but
trying to. It's right here. This is where the body camera goes. Yeah, we know, Jeremy. We know what a body camera is.
Is an argument to be made not of whether or not his bond should be revoked, but an argument of whether or not there's PC, which has already been found, essentially.
Okay, because I mean, based on one of the affidavits, it says that I reviewed the above-mentioned disc that they received from Chief Edwards, which he obtained from Detective John Allen with the Windermere Police Department, and the disc contained an audio file of a recorded phone conversation that took place on October 1st between a person who identified himself as the defendant, a crime scene analyst, and the individual, looks like Gregory Fosterino. So I don't know whether, Mr. DeWitt, I wouldn't make any facial expressions or motions or anything. You have an attorney who's capable of arguing whatever they need to argue for you, okay? So I don't know if it's a body camera, helmet, whatever is being recorded, but it appears as though it's some sort of a recording of an audio file from a phone conversation. So I don't feel like I know enough about what happened, but it's two sworn statements. And then the judge who signed the capias, Mr. DeWitt, if you can't behave and conform, then we'll remove you, okay?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So,
74 Quinn 74, I hate to say this, and it's definitely not quite right, but it's like he let his ADHD control him, if that makes sense. I feel like it's more the case that someone like Jeremy is used to talking his way out of things. He seems, and I'm not gonna, I call a lot of people narcissists. I don't know if this is a narcissist thing as much as it is just like a macho meathead douchebag, like, wants to be in power all the time thing, but I think he has a really rough time not being able to step in and interrupt people and try and say his piece. He's used to being able to step into situations as people are accusing him of things or any conversation and step in and use his like bravado to try and inject whatever he wants into the conversation, screaming at people or trying to lie to them if it's a situation where he can't scream at them for some reason. I just think he's not used to being in a situation where, like, the rules are if it's not your turn to talk, you don't talk. He's very, very uncomfortable with that situation because his go-to is to try and manipulate the situation into what would benefit him, and that's not how court works.
My concern is this. I know we don't know enough about it, but my point is simply this. These are all videos. We could be in this position tomorrow, next week, next month, because they're going to continue to review this.
I never saw him on any other case. Right. I know that Judge Carter, I believe, did, and maybe some other judges, so I don't know.
And so what?
I don't know anything about the facts of any of the underlying cases either.
Well, they all flow from this Windermere arrest. So however the audio was obtained, it was obtained from my client's business records that are maintained on on his person and on every one of his employees. And so my point is simply, I think it's a bit disingenuous to say definitively that he's out on bond committing new law offenses when the sourcing of this is directly from the recordings that are maintained through his business. So I'd rather have an opportunity to have my client out on bond where he can assist me with his defenses and to continue to represent him in that capacity than have him in custody. One. Two, his wife is how many months pregnant?
She's 20 weeks.
Okay.
And this is our third, well, it's our first baby, but our third chance.
She's had 2 miscarriages previously. So there's a lot of medical issues going on at home. There's a lot of stress that's related to the pregnancy in light of the prior miscarriages. So while that's not necessarily an issue of the lawfulness of revoking the bond, I do want the court to at least be mindful of where he is and what we're trying to do. Mr. DeWitt has not done anything in months to do anything in opposition to the law. I'm monitoring everything that we're doing on these cases, and they all do have a potential issue based on what Windermere did in that first case, which we'll be litigating, but it's going to take time and money and effort to do those things, and none of those things are going to happen if he's in jail. So
Chaos,
I
thanks
really
for coming to
need
the stream.
All right, any last argument?
Your Honor, so the state's argument is that the defendant has violated his conditions of pretrial release and that there are no conditions of release that can reasonably protect the community from risk to physical harm to persons. The defendant is continuing to be a risk to the community. His business practice continues to be a risk to the community. The defendant is consistently picking up felony charges while out on bond. The defendant's bond should be revoked for those reasons.
So you can file a motion to revoke bond and let the trial division determine that, but I'm not going to revoke his bond today. And so you have motions that you can file, but I'm not going to revoke the bond based on the affidavits, and because I really don't know where the information came from and when it came from, and I just don't. CF3.
So they don't revoke his bond, basically. I think he's still out on bond, and all these things are pending. All this stuff. He did get put in jail for a while, though, and I think this one they're talking about. I'm not going to play this because, how much Jeremy DeWitt can you possibly do in a day? In this, they're trying to get him released from jail because of COVID. I don't know. I don't think they were successful. But I think at some point he did either post bond or something else happened and he was able to get out. I could be wrong, though. There are other channels that cover him. So it's interesting. I find Jeremy DeWitt interesting. He's not quite a sovereign citizen, but he's a similar kind of person that thinks the law doesn't apply to him and that he can more or less bully his way into getting his way. So it's pretty interesting. Is there anyone I should raid? Demon Mama is live, so maybe her. Is there anyone else here that you guys recognize that I should raid? What is this? Ugh. Oh, Kit Boga's doing stuff. I could raid Kit Boga, but he already has 7.7 thousand viewers. Okay, we'll do Demon Mama again. So enjoy the stream, everyone. Thanks for coming. I hope you had a good time. I'll be back tomorrow for Tinfoil Tuesday. We'll be doing all sorts of conspiracy theory debunking. It's Spooktober, so we're probably also going to be doing some like cryptid and ghost stuff. It'll be a good time. That'll probably be around 4:30 or so, unless for some reason I get sick again, but I shouldn't. I should be fine. I feel okay right now. I don't know what was in that lunch, but whatever it was like a chicken Alfredo thing. I don't know what it was, but I feel like something wasn't right with it, because that sucked. But I'm feeling okay now. So yeah, have a good night, everyone. Chat is valid. I love you all deeply. See you guys next time.